Yo, what's up? Casey's Raw, Darren McCurry. Yo, what's up? Casey's Raw, Darren. Yo, what's up? Casey's Raw, Darren McCurry. Yeah, the real one. 4-time Stanley Cup champion. Standing here with my boy AJ and just saying, well, I was just checking out your stuff. I mean, I have been a fan. You can check that out. But, wow. Bloodline storyline. What the hell is going on there?
I just really love
Mixologist. Hopefully, Cody. Hopefully. But wouldn't it be cooler if it happened here at Ford Field for SummerSlam? That's all I got to say, boys. Anyways, getting ready for some slapstick comedy. Keep doing what you're doing. Big fan. D-Mac. AJ. No. Man of a lot of words right here.
Yes.
A lot of words. There it was.
D-Mac.
All right.
There we go. Welcome, guys, to Friday is Raw, episode X7, like the best WrestleMania of all time, X7. So, watch SmackDown. It was awful. Probably the best thing of SmackDown was the Usos thing. I heard rumors what the person was going to be for the Hall of Fame was the Great Muta, but obviously we found out it was Rey Mysterio. Not saying Great Muta couldn't be it. One the people's going to be it, but not. Obviously, Rey Mysterio was going to be a Hall of Famer, but I think it's a little early, quite frankly. I mean, if let's say he didn't came back to WWE when he left, and then let's say it's been this whole time he's been gone, and I'd have been okay for him being in the Hall of Fame. And not saying that him not being in the Hall of Fame, but I kind of felt like the same thing with Booker T. Like, I thought it was a little early for him. Oh, we got Tex. What's up, Tex?
So has the 400 been collected for my month-long ban yet? Have I got my money so far?
Not that I saw yet.
Dang, I was hoping. I'm. You won't see or hear from me on this channel for a whole month. You know, for $400. You know, I know. You know, I mean, if certain people like Callan Frog, or however you say that name, he's like, "Oh no, Texas here." Well, pony up 400 big ones, and I'll mosey on out. You know, I'm gone. You know.
Hey, if you put it through my PayPal, or it'd be faster through text.
Yeah, so I can say anybody who's willing to pony up the 400 big ones, just drop a message in the chat. I'll send you my PayPal, and once that money clears, I'm out. You know, I'm deuces. I'm gone. So. You know.
Hold on, is that including Frank's channel or just mine?
No, just this one. This is not harsh truth territory. So if you want to ban me from that, it's going to be a good bit more. But you know, so.
Well, I ponied up, I guess another $25. Hopefully, this will fix our StreamYard issues. I don't know.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
Did you upgrade to the premium or whatever?
Yeah, to the premium. So right now I'm on my laptop. So if not,
well, you sound fine so far. We'll see what happens or whatever.
yeah. I mean, if
what's the difference in what you had to what you have now? Like how much did you gain?
I don't know. I just figure like I don't know how much of like see I know it's not the internet because I have full bars. And then
you do sound clearer for some reason.
You know, I hear it's kind of the same thing with Discord. Like if you want the best quality, you have to pay up the money. So
you don't sound as nasally as you normally do.
Well, maybe that my balls dropped and I.
Well, it's about damn time you're what 40. So I mean, if they were going to drop, I guess So.
Better late than never.
I mean, I don't know how much good it'll do you at this point, but hey, congratulations, you joined the club. So there you go.
I can already hear like it's acting up a little bit, but I know
you're good on my end so far, so no issue.
See, I know like one of them was like there was like I think if you did it for free, you only had up to like 6 people to be on the stream. But if you paid like the basic one, it was like it upgraded to 10 people, and you had so many people. We got another caller.
Well, at least it's not as bad as Discord, where you're like, oh Jesus. At least it's not as bad as Discord, where like you may or may not hear people when they talk. Whether like when they're not even muted or anything. So,
well, you know what? Yeah. You know what? If it works out just perfectly, I don't care to pay the extra money if it just makes it more better.
Well, you're going to use it a lot. I mean, if you're doing 2 live shows a week, I mean, you can justify the cost. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah.
And if you can ever figure out how to accept donations, you might cover your cost. You never know.
Yeah. So. I mean, I was going to want to get a computer, but I got a big bill that I need to pay. But we got Mikkel.
Yeah, I got a whole bunch of those.
What's up, Mikkel?
It's sorry, Casey.
Don't worry about it. Don't worry about
it. I'm sorry.
Don't worry about it, man.
Okay.
Don't
Why are we apologizing?
Oh, it's something behind.
Is it an off-air conversation?
Yeah, it's an off-air.
All you need to say. That's good with me.
We got AJ now. Well, we did. Oh, there he is.
Boys?
Oh, hey! This is the first time we have AJ. Well, minus the intro.
Right. No, dude, I'm fucking tired. Mikkel, I ain't fucking mad at you, motherfucker. I'm just fucking tired. After you work a 12-hour shift, fucking you come talk to me. Shut the fuck up, you fucking mongoloid.
Oh, boy. It's going to be one of those, eh?
No, this motherfucker had his mom. Text, listen. This motherfucker had his mom come on and fucking talk about fucking how Mikkel's crying, blah, blah. Motherfucker, I have nothing to do with this shit. I'm fucking working my ass off. 12 hours. Mikkel sitting back collecting a government check. Motherfucker, no. Shut the hell up. Don't bring mommy involved with this. You're a grown-ass man.
That's why I said this should have been off air, but it's okay.
Mikkel, why didn't you say a word?
It's okay. It's okay, Mikkel. It's okay.
The other double quarter pounder meal.
I'm sitting over at the McDonald's, Casey.
Yeah.
You're at the Mickey D's.
Yeah. But I'll see you guys in about 45 minutes, man. I'm gonna get home. So you have to deal with Mikkel.
Okay.
All right.
Costanza says that AJ.
Yeah, she said the receipt should be.
God damn. AJ is here.
Oh, Jesus, Joseph. Well, that happened. So, okay. Well, anyhow.
Well, give it a little. Damn it. I thought we were doing okay, but
maybe AJ's just bad luck because it didn't break up till he got here. So we're gonna blame AJ because he's not here.
Yeah.
So we'll just do that.
I know when like I'm by myself, it has no problems. But like if and I think if it's two people, that's okay. But I think if it goes on to 3, 4, 5, 6, I probably have to go to on the phone. But
oh
yeah. Well, I'll give it a little pat. I'll give it a little pass for right now. If it starts to fuck up, I know I will be returning to the previous basic price.
Right.
But
how much is the other price?
I think it's 50.
No. Like, okay, you were at what were you paying before? Is what I'm asking.
Oh God.
Yeah, you broke up as soon as you said the number.
Yeah. Well, KG?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we have to return to the phone, so fuck. God damn it. I figure I would get better service if I paid the money. God damn it.
So you've got good Wi-Fi hooked up, like you got good internet, right?
Yeah. Like if I look at
you've upgraded your
times we're not
StreamYards. So the only entry, it's got to be the computer. It's got to be that.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I have one bar down on the. Yeah, I do have one bar.
Well, just by process of elimination, if everything else is working, hell, Frank's had problems during our shows of the same thing that's happening to you right now. You know what I mean? Like, apparently his computer couldn't handle the stream or something. Whatever. It was an older model or whatever. So, it happens. That's the way it goes.
What's weird, it was doing perfectly fine for the first few months, and then just recently it just started.
Yeah.
Maybe you'll come kill her going out.
This
Casey's
sucks.
cutting out, and I can't understand Mikkel whatsoever. This is a great show. I'll tell you what.
Maybe Katie can kill her breaking down.
I believe I said that already, yes.
I'm sorry, Cat.
No, you're right. Either way. Oh, we lost Casey. He'll be back in a minute. I guess Casey's switching over to the phone. I guess he's tapping out on the computer. It happens. So what are you up to, Mikkel? You doing anything fun these days?
I'm bored, Cat.
All right. There we go.
Yeah.
All right. Let's see if it cuts out again.
Well, now I'm on my phone. See, the thing is...
Oh, obviously. No, you sound completely different on your phone, by the way. Like, way different. It's crazy.
Yeah,
really?
I
know my
it sounds good. It just sounds better
on. But yeah, it just sucks. I tell Costanza says I have that Walmart Wi-Fi. I mean,
Walmart. I ain't even got no Wi-Fi at my house. I got none of that.
See, it might not be great right now because I also have a video uploading right now on YouTube. So
Well, yeah,
this is going to be interesting.
Yeah, if you're pulling two things from the stream, that might be an issue there, Hoss. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
We'll see tomorrow night.
I mean,
now, okay. Have you tried using it being on somebody else's stream? Do you cut out like that?
No.
Or is it just when you're hosting?
No.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
I mean, I know on Discord I have problems, but on StreamYard I only.
We'll be using Skype tomorrow, obviously. So.
Yeah.
Oh.
And I've been, like, when I was on Drew's show, I've been using the laptop. At first, I was using the phone, but I was using the laptop for the last 2 years during that time.
Yeah.
But I might have to cancel this downloading of this video. Should have been already done. What a shit show this is already
video
going.
game deal or something?
Yeah, I was uploading arcade game of I did a Batman arcade game.
Oh, from the '89 movie?
Yes. Actually, it's a very good one, too.
I remember that game being very boring.
Really?
Yeah.
Because I played it. It was actually quite fun because it had clips. Well, I mean, it had audio from the movie. And
I know different versions of the game were different. Like, they played differently. I do remember that.
Well, this one's definitely it's definitely about the '89 Batman.
Yeah, no. Yeah,
was it 90
they were
Batman?
All. It was '89, and then Batman Returns came out in '91.
Okay,
they were 2 years later. Yeah, but no.
Okay,
I know because I played the '89 game on. I want to say, was it Nintendo or Super Nintendo? I can't remember.
Well, they had
either way. And then I also played it on Sega as well, and it played differently.
Yeah.
I think we're still fucking up on here. Let me see if I can because it seems off a little bit. I don't see my YouTube thing going. I know it's going bad.
It may be the turn the visual off and just do audio.
Yeah, probably for right now. Okay. So, yeah, for the NES they had 3 Batman games. For the NES, God damn it.
Hang on. We'll see.
Yeah, I'm definitely returning to Basic Pride. This is
Costanza, I've actually watched I love I've talked about the Resident Evil games a few times, but yeah, all of the remakes that they've done so far have been good. The problem is they don't, like, when they remade RE1, they didn't, like, they knocked out some of the puzzles and they did some things differently. I do remember. So it's not like a true 100% remake. It's the same game. It's just they modernize it and they change it a little bit. I did see a link on Twitter yesterday about the chainsaw demo you could download for Resident Evil 4, and I was watching some gameplay of that. It looked pretty cool. But I don't have a system that could play any of those things anyways. So I just watched the gameplay footage. So
the thing is, they keep remaking the same like 4 games. They'll do 1, 2, 3, and 4 every generation of the consoles.
Well, it's because those are classic games. I mean, the Resident Evil games, my God, that crossed lines from, horror fans to video game fans. It had the puzzle aspect to it. It had the shooter. It had everything to it. If there's ever like a list of greatest video games and Resident Evil's not on it, that's an injustice. You know what I mean?
Oh, you know what? AJ said that he got the Shamrock Shake. I tried to get the Shamrock Shake today, and even though I went through DoorDash,
a friend of mine I used to work with in the oil field, he goes, I won't get those Shamrock Shakes. And I'm like, well, why? And he goes, well, the only difference in those and the regular shakes is, right? I'm like, what? He goes, well, the only difference in the Shamrock Shake is they take the regular vanilla shake and they whack off in it, and they nut in it, and then they serve it to you. That's why it tastes funny.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on.
That was his little conspiracy fact was, every year to kind of give like an FU to the customers, the McDonald's employees will, jerk it into a McDonald's shake and then give it to you and call it, food coloring or whatever. So.
Well, yeah. Look at what Costanza said. So, he said it's leprechaun.
Yeah, maybe there's a reason that joke. I guess my friend was the only one to say that joke. Who knows? I don't know. But yeah, that was his little conspiracy fact was that whoever was working the window or the shake machine that day would just jerk it into the shake before they, handed it to you, and you gulped it down like a good little horse. So,
you know what's weird is that during this time you always heard about. Is it the shake machine? I assume the shake machine and the ice cream machines are separate because I hear the ice cream machine's always down.
Yeah, well, at this point, that's like, one of the things that McDonald's is known for is, you can't have a McFlurry, the machine's down. I can't tell you how many times I've heard or seen that, whatever. Maybe they just have crappy machines. Maybe, I don't know. Maybe they don't sell enough ice cream so they don't get maintained or something. I'm not sure what the reasoning is, but,
Well, I've seen videos. What's weird is that they make the error where they're trying to fix. Oh, I know it takes them forever to run their cleaning process, and a lot of times they'll run it through the night, and sometimes if there's a mistake, it will fuck the machine up for a couple hours.
I don't eat a lot of ice cream. I don't know about you, but I'm not crazy about ice cream. It's got to be really, really hot for me to eat ice cream. So, but when I do, I just go to Dairy Queen. Dairy Queen's got better ice cream. It tastes better. Who doesn't love getting a Blizzard? Blizzard's one of the greatest things ever for ice cream wise. You can get whatever kind of candy you want in it. It's just perfect. Plus, down here in Texas, Dairy Queen is like right there with Whataburger. So, it's just one of the things. You know what I mean?
If I'm gonna get ice cream, I gotta go with Brahms because I love
Brahms. Either way. Well, if you just want, Brahms and Dairy Queen are a little bit different with their ice cream. If you want like an ice cream cone, yes, you go to Brahms because they have all the flavors of ice cream. But if you want ice cream with like a candy in it or a hot or brownie in the Blizzard or whatever, Dairy Queen's the place to go.
Ooh.
So. You know what I mean? It just depends. Like my favorite, I love Reese's peanut butter cups, and if I get a Blizzard, I always get the Reese's peanut butter cup Blizzard with extra Reese's in it, and I want that thing chock full, and it's just really, really good. So I always enjoy it.
Well, apparently, AJ, you've been eating some people's cum in your shake.
AJ just confirmed he likes to take a shot in the mouth apparently, and he swallows what they give him. As my friend and Costanza both concurred, the Shamrock Shake is just man juicing a McDonald's shake. So congratulations, You might want to go get an age test. You never know. So.
Oh, well, you always hear about people spitting in people's food or even pissing in people's drinks and stuff like that. I'm like, good God. I mean, especially nowadays, you have to worry about a camera on you. So, that's why I'm a little wary about that. But, I mean, I think that's everyone. They're like, you don't want to piss them off or they're going to do something with your food.
Well, I honestly, is it really? Is it okay? Is it really? Is it? I'm trying to formulate what I'm saying. Is it really any worse if a waitress were to spit in your hamburger? Well, let's say you go to McDonald's and you got a food order, and they messed it up. So you take it back and you go, "Oh, hey, you messed up my burger. I'm supposed to have onion and extra cheese, and you put the opposite or whatever, right?"
Yeah.
So you send it back and they remake it. Is it really any worse for that McDonald's worker to spit in that burger than whenever there is a legal percentage of how much rat feces or bug parts can be in your food that you buy at the store, is it really any worse? You know what I mean?
Yeah, I kind of understand. Are you gonna really taste someone else spit in your
right? I mean,
food?
Unless you have an AIDS victim is back there, then yeah, that's a totally separate conversation.
Yeah.
But I mean, if you can have rat particles up to 5%, in your food, I don't think a little spit's gonna do anything. Honestly, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean. Like I said, you're not gonna really notice the spit. It's if someone does piss in your drink, you're like, this tastes weird.
Oh well, if you can't tell from if let's say somebody were to do that to me the first time I taste it, I'm jumping over that counter and I'm finding whoever's working the drink machine, and not only are they going to drink that drink, I'm probably going to jail for what I do to them, and I will be righteous as I go, and I won't mind because they're going with me, and they're going for longer. So, but it's. I wonder how often that actually happens. It's kind of like how you hear oh well, check your candy at Halloween. People put razor blades in it, or they. Do you realize that whole myth started from it was somewhere. It was somewhere around Houston, Texas. I can't remember. But that whole Candyman myth was started by a dad that he gave his son a pixie stick that had cyanide poison in it. And that's where that whole thing started.
Oh, my
God. That is it's one of those things it's an urban legend that you think happens all of the time. But it really doesn't. And I mean, it's obviously frightening. Oh yeah, check your candy bars, make sure blah blah blah, whatever. But how often does it actually happen? I've always wondered.
Yeah. Well, you hear oh, you better check that apple. It might have a razor blade in it. I'm
you're not going to notice a gigantic chunk out of the apple skin. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I feel like that's something you see.
Yeah, I wouldn't say gigantic. It'll probably just be a line, and you're going to be like, what the fuck is that?
Right.
In the apple.
Something that's happened more frequently in the last few years that's actually going on is kids giving away marijuana candy instead of like traditional Snickers or whatever. That's actually happening because, like, in these states where, you know, marijuana is recreational, it's easy to get a hold of. You don't have to have a card. You can just go and buy, you know, whatever. And every Halloween you hear about, oh, well, here, this place, that place, and that place. You know, because houses were giving marijuana candy to children. And which, if you want to smoke weed, fine, whatever. But don't give it to kids. I mean, you know, that's on the same level as, I mean, are you going to hand them a 6-pack when they come to the house too? You know, I mean, you might as well. You're doing the same thing.
Well, the thing is, you still have to. I mean, if you're going to get like brand name candy, I mean, if it looks obviously not been tampered, you wouldn't have to really worry about that. But let's say it's one of those fucking candies. It's in like the white wrapper. Then I can understand about that. Be careful of that shit because you can unwrap that, do whatever, and then wrap it back up. But I agree.
Well, that's the whole thing. It's like, okay, if you have like, okay, think of like a piece of chewing gum. It's like in the paper that you twist it on each end, and that's how it's, you know, that's how it comes out of the factory, right? But let's say you have a Snickers bar. A Snickers bar is like glued, and you have to literally tear it open. So it's a lot harder to manipulate. Now, like a couple years ago at my church, it was the last year that I helped out with the Halloween carnival. This was so stupid, and you have no idea how time consuming this is. But since we were having a Halloween carnival, we asked people, hey, if you would donate just some candy that we could give out to the kids when they come to, you know, visit us or whatever, when they play games or whatever, right? We had to physically check every single piece of candy. Didn't matter if it was a sealed bag. Did not matter, and it was an insurance purpose thing. Like the insurance was like, yeah, you can't give out one single piece until you've checked every wrapper. So we went through thousands of pieces of candy. It was ridiculous, dude. It was horrible.
All right, let me ask you a question. I mean, how many of that stuff did you accidentally ate while checking?
Oh, many. There were many that ended up in my pocket. Like every other Reese's or Snickers or Smarties or whichever piece of candy I found appealing ended up like, because it was cold and I was wearing a hoodie, right? I've got that big front pocket. So it was real easy to just drop one in. It's like 2 for y'all, 1 for me. 2 for y'all, 1 for me. It was one of those kind of things. So like I probably walked out of there with maybe 100 pieces of candy just for myself. And I don't eat a lot of candy. I love candy, but I have to like hold myself back. If I purchase like a bag of Reese's or Snickers, I'm eating the whole thing in one sitting. That's just the way I am. I cannot hold myself back. So, you know, what it is.
There's 2 types of candy that I can do that with. One is Jolly Ranchers. That's one of my candies I'm on the fix right now. And the other one is those mini Jawbreakers.
Oh,
those like.
You talking about the Everlasting Gobstoppers?
No, Jawbreakers. Little tiny Jawbreakers.
Oh, okay.
They're the actual Jawbreakers, but they're the small versions of them.
Okay.
Yeah.
It's not bad.
You know, I tell you one thing. Talk about.
It's all good. Yeah, go ahead.
Talk about candy. I know one thing. There was this this last shop I worked at in Pennsylvania. We were unloading this Rite Aid trailer that's been sitting in the back for 2 years.
Jeez.
So, yeah.
Why was
so
it we had long? with stuff in it.
Yeah, with stuff in it. It was full. It was
Jeez.
fully loaded. It was fully loaded, and I think something happened. Rite Aid had insurance paid it out, so they got their money back wherever. So it's just been
Wow.
sitting in the yard for 2 years, and one day they wanted us to clean it out, and oh my god, I never thought about chocolate going bad, but that's one thing you have to watch out is when
Yeah.
chocolate goes bad.
Well-
It's disgusting.
You got to figure, this is sitting in a hot trailer. Well, I mean, I don't know if it was an air conditioned,
No.
trailer or not. I don't know.
It wasn't.
But
it
either
wasn't.
way, it was sitting in the
Oh,
Oklahoma heat
God.
for 2 years. Anything
No,
could go bad.
this was in the Pennsylvania weather.
Or Pennsylvania, either way. Sitting in a trailer for 2 years?
Yeah.
Good Lord.
Yeah.
That had to smell terrible.
Yeah.
Costanza say sham Hershey's isn't real chocolate. I think it's real chocolate, but I'm not gonna
Well,
just eat.
I don't know if it's real chocolate or not, but that little stunt they did with that Hershey, and they had a trainee dude dressed as a woman
Yeah.
as the spokesperson. Did you see that?
I did.
Yeah.
Recently, Hershey's did a commercial, but it was for like International Women's Day or whatever that nonsense was. I don't
Yeah.
remember. It was some
Yeah.
SJW nonsense, and they had a man who was a trainee dressed up like a woman for Hershey, the whole thing, and it was disgusting. It was horrible. It was like, why are you
Yeah.
doing this? Like,
That,
it was vile.
well, I mean, it's not just the chocolate. I mean, they're in. I didn't realize why they call it Hershey's until I lived up in Pennsylvania, because it's in Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Yeah, it comes from Hershey, Pennsylvania.
Yeah.
So, but yeah, that's like some JSW bullshit.
Isn't there like a big Hershey's factory you can go to up there in Hershey?
Oh, I
Yeah.
have no idea. I didn't go
Yeah.
by it.
I think it's like with, if you go to Tennessee, you can go to where they make Jack Daniels, or you can go to where they make George Dickel whiskey. But I think Hershey's got a big place where you can go and see where it's made or whatever.
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Well, I went to the Jack Daniels distillery in Tennessee about 4 years ago. That was cool to go to see where the water they use, it comes out of the creek from like a cave, and it comes right through their factory.
Well, that's what's so cool is, I mean, if you ever go back, you need to go to the George Dickel distillery plant there. They make whiskey there as well, but they literally hand make every ounce of whiskey that comes out of that place. It is so interesting to see, like, the background of the George Dickel brand, and of course Jack Daniels has its brand there too. It's just so much cool stuff that you can go see. So it's a lot of fun.
What's
you can do the same thing in Shriner, Texas for beer. So.
What's weird, they said that part of Tennessee where Jack Daniel is in a dry county.
Yeah, it's a dry county there. But, I mean, Jack Daniels is world famous. So, I mean, it's just one of those things, what I mean? So.
Well, it's not only that. They produce it there. They produce it there, and then, I mean, there's shops around the area that sells Jack Daniels. So I'm like, hold on, I thought this was a fucking dry county.
Well, it's like years ago where I was living, it was a dry county, but you could buy beer. You know what I mean? You could buy beer at the gas station or whatever. But like there was a liquor store right on the county line. It was like it could not get any closer. Like you're now entering this county, and boom, there's a liquor store. Like they, you know, I mean, and obviously there's places like this all over the country or whatever. But
Yeah.
it was just like every Friday afternoon when guys got off work, there'd be traffic headed that way, and you knew exactly where all of them were going because they would all end up in the parking lot, you know. So it was almost like a parade. Like you would see, you know, which led to like, you know, because the liquor store was right there. So, and this is on a county road. This is in the middle of nowhere. Well, you started to see like a little hamburger stand pop up and then a gas station, you know, because of all the people pulling off to, you know, whatever. So it was pretty funny. So.
Well, I know when my brother was in the Army, he was stationed on a base that was right on the state line between Tennessee and a different state. I can't really think about what it is, but
Georgia, Alabama,
Georgia,
maybe Alabama.
Well, it's right next to Georgia too. So.
It could be,
or Alabama. I mean, either way, I don't know. Doesn't matter.
I think it was probably Alabama because on one side of this line you could go get liquor, but the other side you couldn't. So it was like
the Tennessee River. The Tennessee River goes from Alabama you can go from Huntsville, Alabama to Nashville, Tennessee on the Tennessee River and like staying straight on it. So yeah, it's not a far, you know, ride or whatever. But it's not too bad.
Yeah, I mean, I think I was there when they were building the Tennessee Titans was starting to be there. I'm not sure. Did they build the new stadium when they became the Titans, or they reused?
I think they built the stadium when the Houston Oilers moved to Nashville. Yeah. I'm pretty sure Nashville built them a stadium. I know they're wanting a new stadium now, I believe. But yeah, I think they built them a new one back when they first started. Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, I mean, 20 years, that's about how long a lifespan for these domes.
These new ones, yeah, maybe. But, I mean, look at how long Texas Stadium lasted. Texas Stadium was built. Texas Stadium, where the Cowboys, originally the Cowboys started in the Cotton Bowl in Dallas. Where they always play the Cotton Bowl game. But then they built Texas Stadium there in Irving, Texas. And they got it, I think, middle 60s all the way to like 2010 or 2012 or something. So that lasted like 50 years, you know, but it's just nowadays everybody has a massive, gorgeous stadium. I mean, look at AT&T Stadium where the Cowboys play.
Oh, yeah.
You wouldn't think that place needs an upgrade, but Jerry Jones is going to spend another like $300 million updating the stadium. You know, they just built that. You know what I mean?
He needs to put a bigger screen in the middle of the field. It needs to go from one end zone to the other. That's what he needs to do.
Well, that was my question. Was like, okay, well, is this money going towards, you know, the screen in the middle or whatever? And apparently, it's going to go into updating all of the suites on the ground level, like that are the real expensive stuff. So apparently, that costs $300 million. I don't know, but who freaking knows? So yeah, I mean, these places, you know, the Raiders got a new stadium. You know, they're in Vegas. The Vikings got a new stadium that looks like a Viking ship, but it's actually pretty cool. All of these teams are getting new stadiums. I mean, look at the Rams stadium. They're in Los Angeles. You know, I mean, it's crazy. You know, right?
what is Mikkel saying? He's so low.
I can't understand it.
He's Mikkel, you're so low.
Hello?
I hear you now, but I would hear you.
It's like he's either too low or his microphone is in his nose. It's either or. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like the other week you were breathing directly from your esophagus into the microphone. Like that's how it sounded.
Yeah, I was on my phone too. I'm on the laptop tonight.
So you're on the phone right now?
No.
You're on the laptop. Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Whatever. I'm trying to carry a podcast. But either way, yeah, no, it is.
I think talk about StreamYard. I think when you're the person streaming it from the laptop to YouTube,
yeah.
I think that's where it probably using so much power.
Yeah.
But
no, because I do it the same way, KT.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, what's weird that when it was just me and Tex, we were fine. Maybe hiccup for a second, but
once you started adding more than two people, is when you start to get issues, basically.
Yeah. Well, and that's on the laptop. On here, it's different.
Costanza said, and I mean, I'm late to this comment, but it's funny. God damn it, I had a Hershey's bar today. Guess I'm going to get AIDS. That's great.
I was talking to a buddy, talking about AIDS. I don't.
Yeah, what's the deal with AIDS? Sorry, I'm trying to be serious.
I mean, I was talking to a buddy, could you catch? You know what? I don't want to talk about this because you know what happens if you have a debate about COVID, you get a fucking strike.
Yeah, we don't talk about the coup for the jabby jab where they give you a strike and take down your channel. Yeah.
See, that's bullshit. I mean, why couldn't you sit and talk and debate about something without?
Well, I will say, over on Harsh Truth, like there has been times where we've said COVID, but we talked about it in terms of like the theaters being shut down. We didn't say anything medical. We just talked about the reason why the theaters were shut down. You know, we've done that a few times here or there or whatever. And everything, we haven't had any issues. But if you ever start debating medically or, jabby jabs or whatever, that's when you start getting into problems. So actually saying the word, you're fine. But it's what you say about it is where you get into the problems. That I've learned.
You know what's weird? Yeah. Because Drew got a strike for a video that was private or unlisted.
Really?
Yeah, it was not even public. Because
so that just proves that whole strike system, they just make it up as they go. If this was a private unlisted video, nobody could strike it. You know what I mean?
Well, there's bots. Yeah. That's what.
Right.
See, here's the thing. See, like right now, I'm uploading that video, and it's going through the process to make sure if there's any restrictions. Like it'll go through all the bots saying, "Hey, is there any copyright music or film on here?" And then the bots will probably contact them and say, "Hey, we need to hit this with copyright." I mean, luckily, I only just got claims and I was able to fix them. I never had to deal with a strike.
Well, it's like I watch a lot of movie reviewers, that's the stuff I like to talk about. So that's what I listen to. Or whatever. And
Yeah.
some movie reviewers can straight up play a whole trailer while they're watching it live, or either live or just in a normal YouTube video, and they never have a problem. And then others, if they even show a still image from that trailer, they get threatened with a copyright strike.
Yeah.
So it tells me that they're literally just picking and choosing either A, when they decide to enforce these nonsense rules, or B, who they want to promote and who they want to shadow ban. It's one of those two things.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
I agree. Because there's a guy I watch. He's called Angry Joe.
Uh-huh.
He not only does video games, he does film, like movies all the time.
Yeah.
And he gets screwed with all the time, especially like right now. I know he's doing the Picard episodes and CBS. Yeah. And anytime he has a bad review, CBS will hit him with a copyright. But if it's a good review, of course they'll leave it up.
Well, that's like these people that that like, first time listening to Metallica or AC/DC or whatever it may be. Those are entertaining YouTube videos to watch as well. But those people will literally play the whole song, listen to it, they talk about it, and they're monetized for it. They're literally stealing, if you want to go by the legal terms here. They literally take the whole song and play it. But like some people, if they play more than 8 seconds of a song, boom, copyright strike, blah, 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 whatever. It makes no sense whatsoever.
See, I think with Drew, I think he's more on, I hate to say this, I think he's more on YouTube's radar than I am, because obviously he has thousands of subs. So,
well, not just that, but he's talked about a lot of controversial stuff.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Think about it. You're a predominant video game channel. YouTube puts you in your pocket over here, and they don't have to worry about you. But prior to Drew being a gaming channel, he would be discussing whichever news topic was hot.
Yeah.
So that's going to garner some attention.
Yeah, I mean, even though we'll be debating it or giving our opinions, but I mean, even though you would say, "Oh, it's our right. It's our right to free speech."
To free speech, yeah.
But they're gonna say, "Well, technically, YouTube is not America."
Well, and they're right. I mean, they're not lying. I mean, we all have a right to say whatever we want. But if we're using somebody else's platform, we have to adhere to those rules as well. I mean, I have a right to go as I please and do whatever, but if I come to your house and you say, "Hey, don't put your feet up on the couch," well, I better not do that, or I'm breaking your rules.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
yeah.
It is what it is.
It's just weird with the rules. It's just, I wish.
Well, and there's other platforms if you want to stream that don't. There's Rumble. There's other platforms that you can go to that aren't nearly as strict or severe, but there's just not as many people there. You know what I mean?
Well, and then if Twitch is more strict. You have to be really careful when you.
Unless you're a really hot chick, and then you can do whatever you want.
Exactly. All you gotta make sure is cover up the nipples and show up.
Make sure you're provocatively dressed, but go as far as you can to almost slip a nipple. That's the appropriate dress code.
It's kind of like
right on the edge of it. if be like right on the edge of the areola showing. That's
right.
appropriate for Twitch, you know. So.
Yeah, you ever seen those micro bikinis where that's all it does? It just,
oh
it
yeah,
just
oh,
covers up
I'm
the
a
nipples.
fan. I'm a
I'm
fan
a
of them.
fan
Yeah.
too.
Yeah, no, I can get down with the get down on them, boy. But yeah, no, it's like I said, just make sure the areola and within is covered, and everything else is fine. So
But
yeah, that's how it works.
God forbid, let's say if I walk by and my gut kind of hangs out from my shirt, oh, we gotta take him down. That's indecent.
You should do the put like duct tape over your nipples and wear shorts that where your nuts might fall out. Like if you sit like you lean back in your chair with your legs open and like your testicles might possibly fall out, but technically everything is covered.
It'd be like, hey, if the women can do it, why can't I do it?
Right. I mean, if what's your face can sit here in a G-string and a micro bikini top, well, I'm going to show up in the same, whatever. But hey, it's all good.
It's weird. I watch like Ink Master. Like I used to watch them back in the day, but
I did too, yeah. It used to be a good show until I just kind of got bored with it one day.
Yeah, I'm kind of in the same boat. I got a little bored with it, but I was watching it on YouTube, and there was this one where they were doing challenges on women that had breast cancer, that they had their tits chopped off, but they've been kind of so like they have no nipples, so they'll have full breast out, but because the nipple's not there, we won't censor that. Like,
right.
I mean, not saying I'm not down for that, but I'm like, so the nipple's the bad part. I mean,
well, like my ex, she had her nipples pierced, and she had a tattoo around her areolas. She had because obviously she had like light pink nipples and areola. She did a light pink heart, like the same color to match, and she had a heart over her nipple. It was actually looked pretty cool looking. It was actually very hot. But yeah, I mean, she got creative, you know what I mean? So they do some pretty interesting things like that. So it's pretty cool.
Oh yeah. I mean, some of the women, they'll tattoo a nipple on there anyways to make them look legit, but they'll have like their breast like tattooed completely, but because there's no nip there no more, they're like, oh, it's okay. I'm like,
they could surgically make one. I mean, like I watched, God, what show was it? I can't remember, but this woman had breast cancer, so she went and got implants put in, so she would actually have breasts, and they created a nipple, so it at least like it wasn't real, but it helped her self-esteem and everything else. You know what I mean? So.
It's like 3D printed a nipple for you from this 3D printer.
We're gonna glue this onto your chest. If it starts to get a little loose, just go by the glue section in the hardware at Walmart and get some Gorilla Glue, and you'll be fine. But yeah, no, I think they took some skin. I forget how they did it. I don't remember exactly, but it was actually kind of interesting how they did it. It was cool. But yeah, no, I mean it's so. Like talk about that Ink Master show. I remember, it wasn't. I want to say it was like a superhero one or something. I can't remember. But the tattoo that this chick got, it literally went from her thigh down past her knee. So they had her in the tiniest of little G-strings possible, and she's laying there on the table, and she has the leg that they're tattooing. When they were literally tattooing her inner thigh. I mean, inches from her girl parts. I mean, they were that camera couldn't have gotten more of a crotch shot than it did, and like the underwear that she had on, if they even slipped even a skosh, her whole girl parts are coming out, buddy. I mean, you know, the kitchen would be on display. And I was like, well, I know this has been edited and it's probably not going to happen, but I'm going to sit here and watch until they go to commercial at least, just in case. So, you know, I was eagle-eyed like I was a scout, you know. So, hey, it's all good.
Oh, I really love the Ink Master, man. It's just like you said, like I just kind of got bored with it after a while. I mean,
I liked Ink Master, but I hated that Dave Navarro or whatever his name was.
The main host.
Oh, whatever. He always bugged the crap. He just looked like a nerd that wanted to look cool. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's the vibe that he gave off to me. I don't know what his deal was.
I don't know about that. Oh, no. No, Pico says all this talk makes me want to titty fuck, but then he brought this up. Says, can your mom break a 5? I'm like, oh.
All this talkers. Hey, if you want to titty fuck her, you're gonna have to start at her knees. I mean, they go way.
Oh, no.
So,
But God, I know there's several times. Like there was one guy, I swear he was going to win the
Down syndrome edition. Oh, that'd be great. Like the tattoo artist, you know. I can't spell as he's doing the tattoo.
Oh, see, that's the thing. I'm scared to get like words on me because what about if they accidentally misspelled it on you? I mean, it has happened.
I've got 5 tattoos. None of them have words. Well, one of them has words. I got Earnhardt Jr.'s autograph on my arm whenever I was 18. I went to a NASCAR race and I waited afterwards and I got his autograph. I had them, or I had him autograph my arm with a black Sharpie. And then I immediately went to the tattoo parlor there and I had them tattoo it with his number and everything. It was pretty cool. But other than that, I don't have any words. I just have shapes and stuff. So it's not bad.
Well, we got AJ on the call now.
What's going on, boys?
Oh, doing fine.
We were talking about tattoos and how Casey's going to get face tattoos done next week. It's going to be cool.
No, no.
Yeah.
Oh God, that's
you had to pay me really well to do that. I mean,
what? 2
Casey's
rare video games?
Casey's going to get, instead of teardrop tattoos, he's going to get cum drops off of his lips. That's what he's going to get. Like off the one side of his mouth.
But he's so damn white. I mean, how can you tell what the cum is and what his actual face is?
We're just going to outline like a stream coming out of one side of his mouth. And you'll know, you know, it's just going to be.
Why don't you just get a bunch of fucking little swimmers on his face?
Oh God!
So, Casey,
I mean,
if you were to get a tattoo, seriously, what would it be?
Yeah. What I was thinking about one?
Yeah, if you were to actually go get a tattoo, what would you want to get?
Well, there's a few ideas I had. I brought this one up before to my late wife. I said I wanted to get the Oklahoma flag has right in the middle of it. It's kind of like it looks like a drum or a dream catcher almost. I kind of wanted that logo on my arm.
Okay.
I wanted something like that. Then I wanted to put my wife's name on my neck. I don't know why. I just wanted to do that. But
Bubba Wallace tattooed Casey Tank. Bubba Wallace tattooed "I was here," and then he writes his name or something.
Casey, do you even have any tattoos?
No.
So you're a virgin?
Yeah.
Wow.
See,
That's one of
thing
the-
is,
That's one of the few virginities that he still has.
see, the thing is, I'm afraid. You know how
Don't be
some
such a
people
pussy,
have-
Casey. It's just a fucking tattoo gun touching your skin. There's nothing wrong with it.
Well, it's kind of like you don't want to choose the wrong thing because, like, remember back in the 90s, everyone's got to have a barbed wire tattoo on their arm or somewhere. I
Okay.
mean, at least the Sandman has it going down his arm. That's something different.
Well,
Well,
yes.
when you
If you get the barbed wire tattoo, it better go all the way around, or you're a pussy. That's just how it works. So
Yeah.
yeah, but I mean, it's generic now. Like, if you do it, you almost regret it. Like that's like having a tribal tattoo nowadays.
Or that's like you putting your mom's name on your arm, Casey.
Well, see, I kind of think, okay, it makes no sense for a white guy from Texas to get a tribal tattoo. There's nothing tribal about you. You're not Pacific Islander. Now, if The Rock wants one, that fits. Or if Roman Reigns or whatever, that's cool. But if like a white guy from the South were to get a barbed wire tattoo, that I can see. Like, I've got a buddy of mine. He's got the shape of Texas on his arm, and it's done in barbed wire. It actually looks really, really cool. So I think when it comes to tattoos, you got to be true to who you are. Because, I mean, don't just go get a tattoo of, oh, this is my favorite video game character, and then 2 years later you don't like that character anymore, you're screwed.
I
Make
can see
sure,
Casey doing
like,
that.
Yeah,
I've got a tattoo drawn out. I'll have to get the sketch out of my shelf and I'll show y'all. But it's got like my top 5 favorite horror characters, and it's like their face, and it's in like a mural that I want to get either on my arm or that about my calf. I don't know. But it's got like Captain Spaulding from House of a Thousand Corpses, Rob Zombie's Michael Myers with the orange mask. It's got Leatherface from the 03 film. It's got a mix of 4 or 5 characters in it. And all of these are characters that I've loved for a long time. These are older characters. They're not new. You know what I mean? So make sure it's something that you're willing to stick to. You know what I mean? So.
Oh no! Look at this one.
The Jews love getting numbers. That is true. Yeah, Casey's going to get like 69 because, you know, that's funny, guys. You know, that's what he's going to get.
I thought he was going to get a Star of David.
You know what? I'm going to get the number tattoos, but it's going to be 1 through 10 on there. It's like,
Casey should get the Star of David, but it's been cooked. Like it's got smoke coming off of it. That's what Casey should get. Right
What, and
now.
have him and his ex?
I'll be right back. I go to the bathroom.
Huh? No, have your
What?
guys' names with that.
huh?
Get the Jew star, right? And then put yours and your ex's name. Yeah, there you go.
What
Since
is he
you guys
doing?
both are Jewish, Mikel's just being a Mongoloid. So what's going on, Casey?
No.
Shut up, Mikel.
I'm doing alright.
Yeah? How was your
The
day,
star-
man?
Oh, J Dad says the star of David Hasselhoff. Wouldn't
That's funny.
you know it'd be hilarious? It'd be the star of David, but right in the middle of it, it's David Hasselhoff's face in the middle of it.
Why the fuck would you want David Hasselhoff's face on there? I don't even think he's Jewish, is he?
I don't think so.
Hasselhoff is German. Hasselhoff. That's a
Yeah.
German name,
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes sense.
So
Yeah,
that would
yeah.
star David with a
He's
fucking German dude.
Well,
I
that's
mean-
what's so funny. Do you know? Okay, David Hasselhoff was big in Germany. You know that, right?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
But David's a Jewish name. A lot of people I know that are that I know of, their
David is not
first
just a
name was.
Jewish name; it's a biblical name. So it's technically
Oh,
not
yeah.
Jewish; it's a biblical name. So a lot of Christians will use David, not specifically Jews, but yeah.
I don't know. The ones I knew were Jewish.
Well, if you live in a Jewish area, then you probably live in
No,
what would
this
you call
was
your house?
everything.
Charcoal pit or what?
No, I mean I just knew everybody, like, because I know it's you went to school in like a rural area, but like in like the suburbs, like it's like it's everybody. You know what I mean?
Dude, where I went to school, there was whites, some Mexican, and like one black guy in my class.
Oh, wow.
Did you go for those lynchings for that black guy, right, Tex?
Oh.
Well, I take that back. We had one girl and one guy that was black, but the black girl moved before senior year because my graduating class was like only 20 something people. So
Oh, that's
we had two Mexican girls and one Mexican guy, and then the rest were white. So I'm in a very predominant white area, but I mean that's to be expected. It is what it is. So,
well,
whatever.
my class had over 1,000 people. We
Fuck
literally had, like, we had to take arena to do our graduation.
Yeah, we had
Yeah, our
1,500.
Our graduation was held in our gym. There was like maybe 200 people with the family and everything. There was nothing to it. It was nothing.
We had 1,500 kids and graduating, and we literally had to take over a college university auditorium to do it.
Well, see, that's what sucked back in the day was there wasn't when you go hitting on the girls to go get laid or back in high school, right? There wasn't a lot of girls to there was like 6 of them or 7. There wasn't many, so you really that's why where I come from, you had to go to the next town over. You know what I mean? It was just that's kind of the way you had to do it or whatever. So.
Right.
A little bit different, but
So that was your taste. You had to go to the next town.
Well, see, that's the thing. I mean, and obviously, you would start, by pursuing the girls in your class. Well, let's say out of the 7 or 8 girls that were there, only 1 or 2 that you liked, and maybe one or two liked you back, so you had a chance, right? Well,
yeah.
Let's say you were unlucky enough to not be liked by any of the 7 to 8 girls. You're screwed. There's nobody moving here. I came from one of those places where you only went to it if you lived there. You only knew about it if you lived there. Other than that, you just kept on going down the highway. It's just one of those.
Wow.
Things. So
sounds like Butt Texas.
Oh, dude, it was great. It was a place where after the football game on Friday night, it was dead quiet. It was great. And the only people who were out were the teenagers out raising hell. You know what I mean? It was a lot of fun. So I loved it. So.
Oh, those were the good old days. I remember.
I couldn't imagine living in Detroit or some big city. I couldn't make my skin crawl, dude. So, I mean,
well, what's weird?
Well, actually, I'm not from Detroit. From Pontiac, from where WrestleMania 3 is. Yeah, that's where I graduated.
Oh, I mean,
that's nothing but fucking black people. Yeah, yeah.
Well, Pontiac, Detroit, same thing.
Not really. They're like an hour and a half away.
Pontiac,
I thought
Chevrolet, GMC, who gives a crap, right? It's all cheap.
That's right. They're all cars.
Right.
They're all cars. They all
That's
look
why
like
we
they're
call
all
them the Motor
cars.
City. Well, that's why they're called the Motor City for a reason.
Or it was.
Yeah, before fucking GM fucking took a shitter.
Now Pontiac and Detroit are just known for crime and Section 8 housing. That's all they're known for.
Pretty much. No, that's true. He's right. It's fucking a ghost
No,
town, dude.
I'm not trying to be funny. I'm being serious. But,
Yeah.
it's.
I mean, dude, I've lived there my whole life. I know how it is. And it's true.
I seen this.
Okay. Why
Oh,
is it's like I saw the other day? Apparently, SummerSlam is going to be in Detroit.
Yeah, Ford Field.
Why? Out of all the places to hold that, you go to freaking Detroit?
I don't know.
That's weird. Like, I mean, go to like Tampa or go to somewhere like a vibrant city.
Because they've done that, dude. Besides, Detroit is coming back. Detroit is coming back.
Yeah.
It's not like what people think of the 60s and shit.
Right.
Well, I mean, when's the last time you had a pay-per-view in your like close to your area in Detroit or in Pontiac?
Well, the last one that was at the last pay-per-view in Pontiac was, well, it depends. Depends. Which one are we talking? WWE, TNA, WCW? Like, what are we talking?
I mean, I would say WWE because obviously with
WWE, last WWE was SummerSlam 94 with the Lex Express, and then WCW was fucking World War III 97.
Yeah.
And then in the 98, see, that's the funny thing is the Palace literally had fucking Nitro 100. We had fucking World War III 96, 97, 98 there. And then we had WrestleMania 3 at the Silverdome. And then we had WrestleMania 23 at Ford Field. And then we had AEW come here for Blood and Guts.
Yeah.
He had a good question. Did you ever get a chance to go to the Silverdome before?
Dude, I lived right down the fucking street from the Silverdome. What the fuck are you talking about? That was like living in my backyard.
Did you ever go? Did you visit it?
Yeah, dude, I went. Dude, I've been a Raiders fan my whole life. Every time the Raiders played the fucking Lions, I would go see it.
Okay.
Like literally, it was like 5-10 minutes away from me.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I assume it's completely down.
Dude, the Silverdome's gone. The fucking Palace is gone. Now it's fucking Amazon's taken over where the Silverdome used to be.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I heard Amazon took it over.
Yeah, Amazon did. Because fucking... Dude, it was sitting vacant for like... almost 20 years now. So what the fuck do you expect was going to be there? And they literally just knocked down the Palace back in 2017. Because that's why they have Little Caesars Arena now, where the Red Wings and Pistons play.
Yeah.
Big T,
I like their pay. It's not bad.
Big T, don't worry about it. He's saying that it was just a question.
Oh, no, you gotta understand, man. I'm fucking tired. I'm hurting and shit. It's nothing against nobody. I'm just... After doing 12 hours, man, that's a fucking bitch.
I think it was like an easy answer because, I mean, let's say if you're in Texas, you live in Dallas, and like the chances is that you most likely went to a Cowboys game, you know?
If you live if you live in Dallas, Texas, you're either rich or you're black. And you live in the ghetto. That's the only two things. There's no in between. If you live on the north side of Dallas, you get that cocaine money, as they call it down here. And you live in the nice areas. If you live in South Dallas, that means you've probably had your car stolen in the last 6 months because it's garbage. So, you know.
Did you guys hear what's going
Anyway.
on with the whole Dodge Chargers and Challengers? What happened recently? So it made national news. It was somewhere in Kentucky that they fucking had 6 Hellcats stolen right off the fucking showroom floor.
Holy shit!
And all destroyed. Every single one of them got destroyed. So think about it. You're talking about $90,000 to $100,000 car. Times that by 6. That's $600,000 fucking destroyed. And these are people's cars that are just getting ready for them to get to the owners. So you're thinking about they're literally in the showroom floor getting ready to be, given to the owners that bought them, and then fucking people just break into them and fucking drive away easily.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn. Huh?
What?
I mean, to make them again.
Not after 23. They're done. Those dude,
really?
The Dodge Challenger and Chargers are the fucking most stolen cars and deadly cars because fucking people literally put guns to your head and rob you for them.
Huh.
Yeah.
I mean, you see them
That's nationwide.
Near-
That's nationwide. That's not just in Michigan. That's fucking nationwide. They do that shit because the Hellcat engine alone is worth like fucking $60,000-$70,000.
Really?
Yeah, dude, it's fucking almost 900 horsepower. Are you kidding me? The Demon was 909.
Huh.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, well, I see the Challengers and Chargers out there all the time.
Oh yeah, dude, guarantee you, after 23, those things are gonna be so sought after. Fucking you think it's bad now? People are gonna be stealing those cars and fucking robbing people at gunpoint, probably faster than they are now.
Well, then that's when you have to put them in garages.
They could still break into your garage. People nowadays do not give a fuck.
Well, I've got a buddy. This dude is in finance, and he's well off. He's probably 55, 56 now. I don't know, but he's got a Carroll Shelby original Mustang, verified with everything. I forget how much he spent on it, but he saved his entire life to buy this car, and I don't remember. I'd have to text him and ask him, but it is it's a verified Shelby original. It's got all of the number plating, everything to it. It's straight up legit. He got it from one of these car auctions, and he drove it by one day at the church, and he comes in. You could hear this car a mile away. I mean, it sounded like an airplane coming. And it was that Ford blue, that real bright color blue that they have.
Yeah, it's like powder blue. Powder blue, yeah.
Yeah, that real kind of like a cowboy or a Detroit Lions kind of blue kind of color.
Yeah, the Honolulu blue. Yeah.
It had all of the Shelby stuff on the grill and the dash and everything else. I got to drive it one time. That was, and now I'm not a Ford guy, but any car guy that if you ever get to touch or hear a legit Shelby, it's life changing. It's like, oh my God, this is a car.
I totally agree.
When he bought it, he said, I started fortifying my house and my garage and my property before I bought this car. He installed cameras everywhere. He extra locks, bulletproof windows. This car is worth hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah, that's the same way with those Hellcats. They're worth hundreds of thousands.
They don't make any more Shelbys. I mean, they're out in Vegas. They have a Ford manufacturing plant that does work on authentic Shelbys, and if you need parts for an authentic Shelby, you can get it from them, and it will say Shelby manufacturing, blah blah blah, and it will be numbered where it can be traced and tracked. But original Shelbys, they don't make anymore because obviously he's dead. But You know,
Right.
it's something, man. I mean, people. I mean, he gave me the system he's got. It's like he's probably got the same camera coverage on his car that TV studios have for a TV broadcast. It's crazy, dude. So
Yeah.
it's legit, though.
I mean, if you're
So,
a real fucking gearhead in a fucking in a muscle car, and you just love them, dude. Yeah, like me personally, I won't ever probably get a Hellcat because my life's more important than some stupid car. I'll go take the fucking V6, fucking 3.6 liter, fucking Pentastar engine.
dude,
Fucking, I don't care.
no.
I'd rather do
If
that than fucking get shot. I'm good.
I ever get rich, you'll know it because there's two vehicles I'm going to have. One, I'm not a Dodge guy, but I will have the 69 Charger. I will have the 69 General Lee Dodge Charger, fully authentic to the show, with the doors welded shut, with the everything. I mean, it will be legit to the paint color. And I will have, I don't know which Camaro I want, but I love Camaros. I love Camaros and Chevelles. I love
fuck it. I throw in the fucking Pontiac Firebird from Smoking the Bandit. I mean, fuck, that's what I would do too.
You know
that's a classic movie and a classic car, but that one's not making my list. I don't know which Camaro I want.
Yeah,
I don't know if I'll. It's between Camaro or Chevelle, which would be my daily driver. But I will have a General Lee as authentic as possible. So
you know what's funny is that Pontiac Firebird isn't as fast as what people thinks it is. Like really, they were saying that it's like a fucking either a 4-banger or something like that. That's what they were saying it was way back in the day. Because like it's so hard to even get your hands on like one of those. Because I seen one and the guy was selling it for like 10 grand or some shit, and I'm like, it was like in really poor shape. So it's like, yeah. It looked just like the damn thing.
There's nothing like a 70s muscle car.
Oh, yeah.
Like, when it comes to vehicles. And, I mean, it doesn't matter if it's Ford, Dodge, Chevy, whoever. An American muscle car in the 70s, those things are special. I love them. Like, anytime I go to a car show and I see those, that's where my eyes go to. I will pass by the 32 Roadster or the 57 Chevy. Those look great, but take me to those awesome muscle cars.
That guy's got it wrong for one right there. It's wrong. You're talking about the 2001 Chevy. The 2000. It's not a Camaro. It's a fucking Monte Carlo SS. There was no fucking Camaros back then. Earnhart. It was a Monte Carlo.
Yeah, they made back in 2000. It may have been 2000.
No, I know exactly what he's talking about because it was a 2001.
I do too because I saw one the other day. They made one for Earnhardt, one for Junior, and one for Jeff Gordon. It's the Chevy Monte Carlo but it's shaped just like the stock car that car was running.
Yeah.
Except Earnhardt's was black, Junior's was red, and I think Gordon was yellow, I believe.
Yep. Yeah, it was. Yeah, because if you bought the 2007 Monte Carlo, that was the only one that had the V8. Yeah. The rest of them have a V6. Like even the Earnhardts and the
Monte Carlos are all V6 cars, though. I do. Yeah, I do like that car. No, what's cool about those is obviously they styled those bodies to copy the stock car that Chevrolet was running on the national circuit.
Yeah,
and they had even the emblem that went on the doors that showed like the number 3 and then it said whatever, or it was 38 or 24, whichever one you got. If you even have one of those plates, one of those placards, that's worth $2,000 or $3,000 by itself. Not even just a car, because that was a limited run that they did for those.
It's not
I'm not saying you're lying. I've never seen the Camaro. I mean, he could be right. I don't know, but I do know about the Monte Carlos.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. If I'm rich enough, my car.
I'm gonna look it up right now.
would be the '89 Batman or the Batmobile. That would be my car right there.
Oh yeah. Hell yeah.
People has that.
Well,
J-Dad says Google it. So
That's what I'm doing. But I know Earnhardt ran a fucking Monte Carlo because back then that's what they did.
yeah.
Well, yeah, wasn't that the car that they raced?
Nothing shows up.
Let's see if my Batman arcade game just finally got done uploading. It took 4-5 hours to upload it. It took fucking forever. I can't wait to release this tomorrow.
Hold on. That is so goddamn awful. That's not even fucking Earnhardt edition. What the fuck? That looks fucking god awful. You want that piece of shit? It's just a black fucking SS Camaro. That's all it is. There's nothing fucking Earnhardt about it. There has nothing on Earnhardt. It's a fucking black Camaro.
When did they stop making the Camaro before they brought it back?
Camaro, well, the first time?
Yeah. Well, I mean,
I want to say it was 2005.
Was it like that?
Then they stopped for a few years, and then they brought it back, and then it died again in 2021.
Really?
Yeah, yeah. Dude, listen, the fucking Camaros are gone. They're dead. They've been dead. Fucking the Challenger and Charger are dead. The only thing that's still going for the muscle car wise is the fucking Mustang, and they just released the Dark Horse Mustang, which has like fucking 8 or 900 horses. It's a V10.
The Mustang look.
Hell, the Viper's
brought
gone.
everything back. Like what? 07, and it was like.
Well, actually, they never stopped. They never stopped with the Mustang.
Well, I mean, they changed it from
the body. You're talking about. They changed the body.
Yeah, the body. They changed the body to what we know of it now.
Yeah.
I mean, in 06 or 07, somewhere right around there, maybe 05, and everyone is like, "Hey, it's selling like hotcakes, so we're gonna make ours kind of look more retro."
Yeah.
So that's
See, I'll send you the picture of the Earnhardt one that me and Tex are talking about.
okay. J-Dad. Tex says J-Dad about the Earnhardt Camaro. I didn't even know they had one. It's a Z28. I'm not the biggest car person in the world, so I can't tell you what. I mean, I would love to have like a more of a classic car, like a Corvette back in the day, like in the 80s or. And
See,
then,
me personally, if someone asks me, hey, do you want a fucking Monte Carlo or a Camaro? I'm gonna say I'm gonna take the Monte Carlo because I've never been the fucking Camaro kind of guy, and I'm a Dodge guy. So I mean, I'm crossing territories right then and there. But in general, like, give me the Monte Carlo all day, especially that 2007 one with the V8.
Yeah.
Oh my god! I just seen a picture of the Rose. Took a picture with the Undertaker.
Oh, what?
It's on Twitter, and he had him sign his Funko Pop too.
Damn.
Wow! Do you know how much he spent for that?
Too much money.
Yeah, he said $540.
Fuck that. He could keep that money. I would be like, no thanks.
Hey, you know what?
Dude, I don't think I've ever paid a dime for an autograph in my life.
Unfunny. The idea is how cool. I'm way cool. KT? AJ? Hello? What?
What the hell's going on?
I don't know.
What?
I'm sitting here trying to get a good picture for you of that car, and fucking Mikkel's singing fucking ABCs over here and shit.
Well, he's saying hello.
You.
I'm like, I can hear him perfect. Oh, not to say perfectly, but I heard him. I'm like, oh, okay. Let's see. Is
Not
that's the
cool.
Monte Carlo, right? That sure hell ain't a Camaro. Let me see. Let me bring this up. I'll have to get rid of something. I'll get rid of
Oh,
this.
if it was a Z28, okay. I don't know. I think when I think of Earnhardt, I think fucking Monte Carlo. I don't think a Z28 Camaro. That's just out of the fucking ballpark.
I mean, that's what the NASCAR's the
Exactly.
top car looked like back in the day.
Right.
Hey.
Did you see that picture I sent you? That's it right there.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'll take that over fucking any fucking Camaro or anything all day.
Oh.
No
hey,
shit,
AJ.
J-Dub. We're not talking about that, you dumb fuck.
Oh. Hey, did you
Talking about the fucking Monte Carlo.
Hey, did you see the picture of
What's that?
Did you see that picture of that Kevin Nash toy I
Yeah,
found?
I seen it. I thought that was pretty cool, actually.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked to run across that today.
How much was that? Did you pick it up?
No, I just took a picture of it. It was $23.
Oh,
it's not a bad price.
Hey.
But Tex, that is a beautiful car right there.
That was used for the pace car in some race. I can't.
Yeah,
tell.
that was the dedication one.
I was trying to read the naming of the race on the side of it, but I can't make it out. But yeah,
it just says official pace car.
Well, see, what's cool about that's basically the Earnhardt car, but the Earnhardt version is all black on top. It's got the silver on bottom, but it has the orange trim that goes in between the colors on the Earnhardt.
Oh yeah.
When you look at
it's red.
No, it's orange, because on Earnhardt's cars, he had red around the numbers, but he had orange around the car. Some people don't realize that. That's how you know who's a big Earnhardt fan and who's not, because most people think that colored stripe around the car was red, but it's not. It was a bright neon orange, because if you look at the number, if you look at the color around the number, that is red, but the orange stripe. But the Earnhardt Jr. edition of that car was red, and it had the black and white 4 stripes that goes down the side of his car of that year. So that was the paint scheme that they come in.
Well, wasn't he driving the Budweiser car?
What's that, Casey?
Wasn't he driving the Budweiser car back then?
Yes, at that point, Earnhardt Jr. when he got into Cup racing, he had that number 8 red and black Budweiser car. He had that until 2006 or 7 when he left DEI. That's when he went over and he drove the 88 car, and he had everything from Monster or Amp Energy, National Guard, Mountain Dew, and a few other different sponsors over at Hendrick or whatever. But yeah.
Oh, hey, change a little topic a little bit.
Check your DM, Casey.
I see that. Give me a second. But
that's beautiful right there.
I found something today that was kind of like a blast from the past when I found this today at Quick Trip.
What'd you find?
You guys ever see Clearly Canadian? These drinks.
I've never seen that before.
No?
Uh-uh.
I used to drink these 30 plus years ago, and I've been looking to get some of these for a while, but they were super expensive. But today I went to a Quick Trip, and in their cooler, they had some of them. I was like, no! I've been wanting to get some.
Is it like a juice or a soda, or what is it?
It's a sparkling water, but it was like soda water, I guess.
So it's pretty much carbonated water, basically.
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah.
It was good.
I've never had one of those before.
But I'll go get the pictures. I just remembered because I took a picture of that and sent it to my brother and to my best friend, and they were both shocked. It's like,
hold on, I gotta call some bullshit here, motherfucker. I ain't talking about the goddamn fucking Z28 Camaro because I don't give a fuck about it. How about that? I'm a Monte Carlo guy when it comes to Chevy, so fuck off.
What is it? Hang on, what is it? Here's the dumb fuck.
And you are the dumb fuck because you won't come up on your you fucking mark. You know, mind your place and shut the fuck up. How about that?
Yeah, see, even J-Dad knows that the Earnhardt strap on the car was orange.
Well, I'm not a fucking fan of that, but I thought the red was better. Yeah.
Yeah, no, it's all good. It's not a big deal. It's
no,
more
but
like
the picture that Casey has
trivial
is beautiful.
knowledge. It's more trivial knowledge that that would be like asking me history about the Detroit Red Wings. I don't know pick all about anything.
Look at that beautiful thing right there. That is beautiful.
I like that better.
Pico likes the money, Krista. See, somebody took they took that Monte Carlo and they added the sponsorship decals to it and the number. But the only thing I don't like about that car is the front bumper doesn't go.
It needs to be lower. Exactly.
That's the only thing.
It needs to be lower.
That's the only thing I didn't like about those. Visually, it doesn't, because like on the NASCAR, they have the bumpers higher because the car sinks down to the track.
Exactly.
It's a mechanical issue. But they should have extended that front bumper by a few inches and it would have been better.
No. Let the little motherfucker. Why don't you, Pico, not Pico, but how about you, Jay? Bring your fucking ass on here. You want to fucking start some shit, motherfucker? You want to start some shit? I'm fucking hot.
He's fucking.
I'm ready. Oh, dude, I'm fucking. You want to fucking come on? Send the fucking link on, motherfucker.
Somebody done pissed in AJ's Cheerios back there.
I'll just go and block his ass, to be honest with you.
No, don't block J-Dad. He's cool.
He's cool.
Talk shit, motherfucker, and see what the fuck happens. You know what? Why don't you?
He's all good.
All right, I got you.
But oh gosh, the one thing I'm gonna call fake news about this car is because those headlights are real and they should be fake. And
not just that, it's got about 500 less horsepower than Earnhardt's car actually did too. So I don't see that car. I don't see that car going out on the track and winning a NASCAR race or 7 championships anytime soon. So,
well, hold on. What about there's a giant accident and the only car left is this one? And I mean, there's sometimes some crashes where it takes like almost half the field, right?
Oh yeah, happens a lot, especially on super speedways.
and Daytona.
That's what a super
Daytona?
speedway is, Mikhail.
Well,
Fuck your
that's the. I assume
What's
they.
that?
Casey knows
About
about fake. That's what every woman's orgasm with him was.
Oh,
Oh.
my God.
Well, I mean, for me, I
What's
mean,
that?
if they fake an orgasm, then I'm like, it's not my problem. If I got my own, then I'm not worried about it. Fuck them if they
Oh,
didn't.
Casey, you're funny.
That's funny. Well,
It
see,
is.
well, Casey doesn't have to worry about a woman faking an orgasm because he's like a 3-pump chump, so he doesn't get him anywhere close to even be able to fake one. He's already done smoking a cigarette by the time they're just getting started, you know. So
Yeah.
I mean, it's a little bit of a different story here.
Well, I mean, when I was younger, I mean, nowadays I can last way longer, but then
5 seconds
I mean,
doesn't count, Casey.
I think
Nice.
Casey's got a low testosterone problem. I think that's what Casey's
Probably.
problem is.
no, my
It's all that
test.
damn fucking
is
fast
fine.
food.
I mean, if it's taking you half an hour to fucking bust a nut, I mean, damn.
Well, the thing is, sometimes it'll be like a video that I'm not into. I'm trying to find I gotta find that perfect video that turns me on. And
So you can't. So hang on. Do you have to have a?
Oh,
So you have to have a video to nut? You can't just take care of it yourself.
no, because I mean, what's the fun of that?
The fun is getting the nut off. That's the fun of it, dumbass. Of course.
He doesn't understand that.
yeah, Dora.
So you can't like.
God, you
You
have
can't
Mikkel
like-
calling you a dumbass. What the fuck?
You can't.
Well, I mean,
You
I
can't
think-
like. You can't like replay something you've done in your past that really just revved your motor, and that gets you going.
I'll think about it. Then, I need some visual aids to keep because
A visual aid. Wow, you're a sad individual.
Oh,
I mean,
it's funny.
oh come on, you're acting like you never whacked one off to.
Well, yeah, way back when I didn't have a girlfriend. Now I fucking have one. I can fucking have sex when I
Oh
want.
no! Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying I never watch porn, but it's not a necessity. Like if it's like
Right.
if like I've been working all day, my woman friend's not available, and I just want to rub one out real quick. I don't go to the website and click on the perfect video. You don't. That's not necessary. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
I just Big T says it's called a mental tug.
Mental tug.
Well, sometimes I'll be like, hey, I'm in the mood for this type of porno. And if it's a good video, and one of the things that really turns me off in a video, if the woman's already naked, I like seeing her getting undressed.
Oh,
Because
You really need to get laid, Casey. You're a
yeah.
sad, sad individual.
I mean, I'm okay. I mean, I'm not gonna I'm not desperate. I'm
You
just
sound
saying.
like it.
No, I'm fine.
You're
But,
fine.
Well, I'm just saying. I mean, I think it's more weird that, I'm not just gonna rub one out to nothing. I'd rather put look at porn, and use that as a visual aid to help. Then,
Or you could just call your lady friend, Miss Melissa, over and take care of that right then and there.
it's
Yeah.
I think I'm wondering if the StreamYards keep kicking people out. Tex left. I don't know if StreamYard kicked him out or
no, it was me. I had a
Yeah, that was
phone call.
probably him.
Yeah, no, I had a phone call.
I have that hasn't happened not yet with me in a while.
It kicked me off earlier, but that time it didn't kick me off. No.
Okay. Well, AJ, I told Texas that I paid for the premium price on here,
Yeah.
and it didn't work. So I'm returning back to where I was before because.
Is there any way you could oh, this is a fake charge or something? Try to get your money back or something?
I'll just change the. I'll just change the subscription back down.
Right? No, that's totally understandable. I mean,
yeah,
you do whatever you do, man.
I thought maybe, hey, I'll pay a little bit more. Maybe StreamYard would run better, but when it was me and Tex, it was fine, and then we added Mikkel, and then it went to shit.
If we wanted to, we could just blame Mikkel. I'm fine with that too.
Oh, God, you guys.
Just saying.
But that's here and there. I mean, we'll get it fixed.
Hang on, wait. Hang on, Casey. You need to contact StreamYard and be like, hey, a lot of times I stream with a mentally handicapped person, Mikkel. Maybe we can get it cheaper.
Oh, God.
What, make a wish?
Like discount.
Yeah, be like, hey, just go check out my streams. Here's my evidence. I often stream with the mentally retarded, so we should get like a discount or something. You might can get it for free. I don't know.
Right.
Just check it out.
I think that also the other thing, if you do it the free version, you only get so many free streams. Like, I wouldn't be able to do it like how often we've been doing it without paying, because then I think you only get so many a month or something like that.
You'll get a month.
What?
All right,
Sure.
I'm gonna let's get this month.
You'll get
Jesus fucking Christ.
free a month.
No, I'm not talking about you, Mikkel.
Oh,
This little motherfucker. You just want to start drama, dude. That's all you want to fucking do. You know what?
No, I don't.
No,
No need for that. JD's cool. It's just shit talk. It is what it is. Come on, guys.
Mikkel keeps on thinking you're talking about him.
No, dude, Mikkel, you're straight, dude. I ain't got no problem with you, dude.
No, Mikkel, I don't like your face today. I've got problems with you. All right. So, somehow you look even more retarded than Casey does in that.
It's just when the motherfucker
JR
brought up my mom. That's where you fucking cross the line, dude. That's where you cross the line. You're gonna get your ass chewed out.
I didn't see that. I didn't know that happened.
Yeah, that's what the motherfucker said. If you read back his not you, Mikkel. I'm talking about this fucking dipshit.
Shut your face, Mikkel. We didn't ask you to speak. Get back in your corner, asshole. Shit.
I mean, if you got the ball, step up into the fucking arena.
Mikkel's breathing up all the white man's air over there. What the hell's wrong with you, Mikkel? Shit. Can't believe you haven't been smothered yet, asshole. What the hell?
So what have you been up to, Tex?
Working, seeing Scream 6.
How is it? Is it any good?
I loved it. I
No
won't
spoilers.
spoil for
I haven't seen it
I
yet.
won't spoil. Yeah, I won't spoil for anybody. But I watched the film. I ranked it 3rd overall for the franchise.
So how would you go with the first 6? Yeah, the 6. How would you rank it as from 1 to 10?
I gave it
1
an
to 6.
8.5.
My bad.
I
8.5. Wow.
out of 10, I gave it an 8.5. It would.
Wow.
There was only three minor problems that I had, and a couple of those were just nitpicky personal things. But it was one of those. Okay, did you see Halloween Kills?
Yeah, I've seen them all.
Okay, well, kind of like the tone of Halloween Kills, how once the movie starts, it just goes. This is the pace that this movie has, and it's a lot of fun. This is the goriest of all the Scream films. I was very impressed with the kills in this movie, and like I said, I had three problems, one major and two minor. Melissa Barrera, who plays Sam, is a freaking star. She is on Sydney levels when it comes to Scream after this movie. I mean, after 5,
she is pretty hot. She is pretty hot.
Well, not just hot, but her character role. And I mean, in 5, she was kind of but she nails it in this movie. And I know everybody's just head over heels for Jenna Ortega. She's everywhere. You know, she's the hot commodity, whatever. Melissa Barrera is better than her. She's the star. And I really hope that Melissa Barrera gets the credit that she deserves, because honestly, Tara, she's a secondary character when it comes to Sam.
Well, I mean, if you really want to be honest with it, I mean, Sam's kind of like the new Sidney Prescott, if you really think about it, because Billy Loomis is
they try to make Tara the new Sidney, especially in 5. But in this one really centers around Sam. And this movie has my favorite killers since the original. I will say that. And I won't say who or how many, because that's the whole Scream thing.
Right.
But aesthetically, the movie looks amazing. The colors of the film, the pacing is on point. Like I said, I'm obviously on Thursday on The Harsh Truth, we'll be doing a deep dive review, so I'm just giving the tidbits here. But I was very impressed with it, and
I wish they would go to a streaming site. Cause fuck, man, it's like I got no time ever to fucking go to the movie.
It's on streaming sites.
It is.
As Casey knows, I've got sources. Sources.
Oh, you mean those type of ones? Okay, I thought you were talking like a fucking like Xfinity or some shit. Like
it will be on Paramount Plus in probably 45 days, because that's the new during all the lockdown. Well, during the lockdowns and stuff, they movie studios and the theaters, they kind of renegotiated stuff where it used to be like 60 days, then it would go to streaming or whatever. Now it's at 45. So 45 days from when it came out, it'll be on streaming. But if you wanted to see it before that at home, I may or may not can help you out. I can't confirm or deny it.
well, go into my DMs and show me the, the site. You know what I mean?
Well, I don't know if I can show you, because I may or may not have it, AJ. Come on now. We're talking in Minecraft here. Catch up here.
Well, yeah, no shit. No shit.
Well, I mean, I probably can't go watch.
But you know what's really cool, Tex, though, that I have to tell you, though, is I actually bought, because Cinemark, they're all over the country, and fuck, I guess they had a limited edition Scream Ghostface popcorn tub, and then the
popcorn bucket and the drinks,
the drinks and the plush. Yep. I bought all 3 of them online, but they're not going to be coming out until August. That's when the pre-orders are. Yeah, I missed the ones that were in store.
Those
people are charging way too much. Yeah, but no, I paid like $77 for all 3.
Yeah, when the popcorn bucket and the drink buddies came out, in Cinemarks, they were gone within 2 days. People
less than that. Well, I heard it was less than 24 hours.
Countrywide, like in some of the out, kind of like where I was at, even like on the second day, you could still get them. But now, yeah, I need that popcorn tub and those drinks. The plush, I don't really care about.
Order it.
I'll
send you the link.
I don't got the money for that right now. I wish.
Oh.
But yeah, no. But no, it's really cool. See, hang on, there's a comment here. Big T said, I felt the movie kind of started to lose steam. See, I disagree on that, Big T. I liked how the movie ended. I liked the justification, the who and the why. Like I said, I'm not going to spoil any of that, and please, anybody in the comment section, don't spoil it for the ones who haven't seen it. I mean, it's just opening night technically today.
Well, hey, Tex. After the show's over, in the DMs, we'll talk about that, and I'll see if I can get you.
Yeah, we'll chat. Yeah. We'll talk. Yeah, I'll
because if you can't afford it right now, I can. Since you're my buddy, I can.
I'll see if I can hook you up. I'll see if I can hook you up with a possible source where you might could see the film.
Right.
So, but to kind of answer Big T's question, the pace of the film, yes, it does slow towards the end, but it needs to slow down to justify why and the who. You know what I mean? So, like I said, I gave it an 8.5. I love the movie. I plan to see it again, and this is, besides the 3 problems that I had, I don't have really anything to complain about. And I'm very nitpicky when it comes to slasher films. And I love this movie.
But here's a question for you, Tex.
It was great. Yes,
How
sir.
many times have you seen a movie over and over in the theaters that you really loved?
Oh, that's happened numerous times. I mean, most recently, Halloween Kills, I took my kids opening night at midnight on Thursday. Like I'll let them skip a day at school on Friday because we went to the movies.
That's just good parenting right there.
Well, it was. I had already seen the movie, so I already knew it was good, and my kids were really jacked about wanting to see it. So that was a special movie for us, and I really love that movie. Now, Halloween Ends was hot garbage. I'll never watch that piece of crap.
That's just fucking disgusting. I never liked it. I seen it one time on Hulu, or not Hulu, but the fucking Xfinity, and then I was like, nope, not again.
I watched Halloween Ends 5 times for the review that we did over on The Harsh Truth, and because I wanted to.
Big T, you're right about that. They do have them, but they're sold out because I even went to my AMC and they were sold out.
No, these aren't sold by AMC. These are sold by Cinemark, so it's different.
No. He's talking about the collector's cups that they have a little figurine of Ghostface on top.
Yeah. Oh, on top. So
these are. Yeah, they're not the shaped ones you're thinking of.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
These ones are actually like drink cups. Yeah, I'll show you. I'll send Casey the picture. But no, it's like a either 32 ounce or a 24 ounce.
Right.
And it's a black cup, and it says Scream. And it has Ghostface on it, and on top of it has like 3 different figurines of Ghostface, and you collect all 3 of them.
I've got that Ghostface popcorn bucket cup on my wish list of horror items because those things look fucking legit, dude. This movie is. This movie's
that
a lot.
Might happen.
I highly recommend anybody who hasn't seen it. And I know there's not many watching us now, but if you haven't seen Scream 6, make an effort to go see it. It's what I'll give you one of the things that I'm going to talk about on the deep dive review. One of the things that I like, okay, obviously when it comes to Scream, they play heavy on the tropes of horror and the rules and whatever. Well, they subvert expectation tremendously in this movie. And they play a lot with the rules. And since this is a sequel of a requel, if you saw Scream 5, you'll know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
It's kind of fun how they play with it. And, Mindy and Chad, the characters are the nephews and niece of Randy. Yep. And how Chad is the new Dewey. I'll say that. They have their new Dewey type character, and I didn't like him in Scream 5, but he made me a fan of his in this one. Mindy,
Yeah, he seemed like a pussy back then.
Mindy, I never really cared for her, but I'll talk more about her in the on Thursday when I break things down. But
Yeah, I'll definitely not be watching that because I do not want to know about anything.
well, yeah, if Thursday, like I said, Thursday there will be a spoiler stream. It won't. I don't know if it'll be the whole show or not, like our Halloween Ends was, but I know the biggest portion of Thursday's show will be Scream 6. So
Yeah, because usually I watch Frank's show all the time, but now I can't watch that episode.
well, yeah, like I said, fair warnings. We will be going full spoilers. The movie would have been out a week by that point, so it's unfortunately it's one of those things that if you don't talk about, I mean, in case knows about this, like when something new happens, if you don't talk about it within a week, you might as well not even talk about it because nobody's going to care. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, unless you're trying to get the clicks and views.
Right.
Well, I mean, like, people's gonna know the day when it happens. I mean,
Well, yeah. I mean, realistically, right now, I mean, earlier I was watching a live stream from Drum Dums where
I love that dude.
I'm not as crazy about him. There's a lot of his horror.
Lee's a good guy. Like, I've talked to him outside of YouTube.
He's a good dude. It's just there's a lot of his horror opinions I disagree with. But
yeah, well, everybody's different, you know.
Right. Earlier he did a live stream with full spoilers. So if you want spoilers, you can find them. It's just it is what it is.
Well, I'm glad you told me that. Now I'm not going to click on his video for that.
Yes, no, do not click on it because they tell you everything.
Yeah, I don't want to know nothing.
I watched the whole 2-hour discussion that him and his friends did. They don't hold back on anything. So.
Well, when I do my Scream 6 review, I'll say no spoilers, but then I'll give the whole thing
Casey,
away.
I swear to God, if you start doing horror, I'm coming to kill you. Just know that ahead.
Casey is fucking scared of what shit that you say in general text. Like, he's probably wet as bed, probably.
Casey would be like, well, I went to see the scary movie, but I closed my eyes right before the guy with the chainsaw came out, so I don't know what happened. You know what I mean?
It's like the title came up, and I covered my eyes.
Oh my God, I can picture Casey doing that too.
Right. Right as Ghostface was about to stab Principal, you know, I had to look away because I got scared.
Principal Fonzie.
So, you know, yeah.
Oh,
you know.
Gosh, I'm trying to think. Did Randy have some like a hidden way
He's
video?
dead, dude.
I know, but I mean, you know, from the second movie, or is it the third movie?
Third movie.
He died in Scream 2. In Scream 3, they have him on video.
I forgot. How did he die in Scream 2?
Yeah,
he got stabbed. He got stabbed in the news van.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. There's so many movies nowadays. You can't keep up with them.
Yeah, no. Randy Meeks got stabbed in the news van in Scream 2. But no, Casey. Chad and Mindy, like I said, they're his niece and nephew. And Mindy she fills the role of what Randy was by explaining the rules, and she's the horror nerd and whatever, and blah, 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 blah. So, yeah.
Okay, so there's not like a hidden way YouTube on private saying the rules for the 6th movie is that
No, in the previous 2 films, Mindy has been the explainer of, oh, well, since it's a trilogy, you go by these rules, and if it's a sequel of a requel, it goes by blah, 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 you know, whatever it may be. It's the rules scene. Thursday, I'll be talking a lot about the scene where they explain the rules, because this one is very pivotal in this film. I mean, it's pivotal in all of them, but this one is very interesting. So,
well, I got a question. Do you think they're gonna continue with Scream 7.
It's already been greenlit. It's already been greenlit.
Yeah, I heard they're going through 9 now. They're going to be a whole new trilogy.
I don't know. I don't know about 9. Well, I don't know about
it, Tex.
9. Technically 7 would be the end of this trilogy.
No, that would be 6. 7. Well, no, technically 4, 5, and 6. Because the original ones were Sidney Prescott. And then they brought Sidney back for the last 2. And she's not in this one.
Scream 4 doesn't count for this trilogy. Scream 4, like you have Scream 1 through 3. You have Scream 1 through 3. That's the original trilogy.
Right.
Scream 4 happened 10 years later. That was supposed to kick off 5 and 6 to fill out that trilogy. But they decided to not do that. So now this trilogy started with the new cast at 5. 6, which is why I compare 6 to Halloween Kills, because it's very formatted in the same way, kind of that Empire Strikes Back kind of way. 7 will be the end of this trilogy. That's why that one has been greenlit. Now, what they do after 7, I don't know. After they make 7, I think they need to let Ghostface rest for a while. Because
I agree. I mean, they did it for like how long? Like 15 years? 10, 15?
There's
2003 to 2011.
Yeah.
Really?
There was about 10. Yeah. There was about 9 to 10 years between each sets of films. But I love slashers. Slashers are my favorite genre. But the problem is, the more of them you make in a row, they wear quickly, because it's not like there's only so much. Ghostface doesn't have superpowers. He's not a zombie like Jason Voorhees. He's not anything. I mean, it's like, look at Michael Myers. If you go with the original version of Michael Myers, he's just a man, but he's supernatural. To what extent, it varies. But the more you make back to back, people get tired of them quickly. So they got to be spaced out. You know what I mean? So.
It's like that. Oh God, what's it called? The Paranormal
Activity.
Yeah, like
I love those as well. Those are great.
Oh wow.
See, me and my late wife, we would watch. I mean, we've seen the first one. We're like, oh, gotta wait for what's gonna happen, and then it's like the very end, something eventually happened. Then when the second one came out, it's like, well, we've seen the first one, so let's go ahead and watch the second one. And then when the third one came out, I was like, well, we already saw the other 2, so I mean, maybe it's better. So
I will say Paranormal Activity 3, where they're kids back in the 80s, is one of my favorite times in the movie theater. Going to see that live, because it was a Paranormal Activity movie, but it took place in the 80s, and it was affected by kids. It wasn't adults. And that movie, especially the scene where Katie or Christy, I can't remember which one it was, where she stands up on the ledge of the second floor balcony and jumps off and then runs right back up the stairs. Getting to see people's live reactions to that was incredible, because it was just like, oh my God, it was just, it was one of those things that you had to be in the moment to appreciate. And I'm a fan of all of the Paranormal Activity films. The newest one that they put out on Paramount Plus was not great. It was serviceable, but it was whatever. But Paranormal Activities 1 through 3 are gold. I love all.
Those are the only ones I've seen is 1, 2, and 3.
4 is okay, because Casey, what was that technology that the Xbox had where it could track your movements? It had like the green dots.
Oh, the Kinect.
Yeah, I believe it was Paranormal Activity 4 where they take advantage of that, where you get to see like movement, and they take advantage of that technology. So that's pretty neat too.
See, I don't know if we watched the 4th one. I know we
The fourth one takes place where Hunter, the little boy, shows up to the blonde girl's house and stays with them.
I'm pretty sure I probably didn't watch those. I think we watched the first three, and
yeah, Paranormal 1 takes place at Katie's house. The second one takes place at her sister's.
Yeah.
The third one goes back in time, where you see, it was in the 80s, and then 4 takes place after, like years after the original, because technically, Paranormal Activity 1 and 2 are happening simultaneously. And if you watch the movies, you'll see how the timeline shakes out. 3 goes back in time to the 80s. 4 catches back up. And then from 4 till the end, it's all modern times. So,
see, I'm looking at this. I mean, I can understand.
Those are AMC.
The popcorn
Yeah.
tub on the left. I mean, I can understand.
Those are cool. I want those too, especially the one with the figures. But that Ghostface popcorn bucket with that's actual mask, that's legit right there. That's
I'll show you. I'll show you it. I'll send you a picture of it.
That's like something you put on a shelf and that's like a mantelpiece item. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, the tub looks like it's made out of plastic. The one right beside it looks like paper one.
No, that's plastic as well. It's just it's a smaller size.
Oh, okay.
I'll show you all. I'll send it to you, Casey.
Oh, see, that's the thing. I mean, I love horror. Horror is cinema to me. That is film to me. And
there you go.
I get it. I get into it. I love it. I love it so much.
Ooh.
Amazon. Let's see. Big T asked, Tex, how would you write the final Scream movie? What would your ideal meaning to the franchise? Well, to end a franchise, you have to go back to the beginning. And
I accidentally backed out and came back in. Luckily, with
what's that, Casey?
Luckily with the picture up there, you guys didn't know that I backed it out for a second.
Oh, it's okay. Big T had asked me a question about the Scream deal.
Okay.
How I would end if this was going to be the final Scream movie, like never going to make another one ever again. You have to pay homage to the original. You have to go with what got you here, because Scream has one concurrent timeline. They've never restarted it. They've never done anything. Every Scream movie, besides the shows, because those suck, are all relevant. So we have to pay off long-term storybooking here. Obviously, we're going to have Sidney. It's a shame we can't have Dewey because they decided to kill him. God, I hate him.
Yeah.
But we still have Gail. She may or may not live in this movie. I'm not going to confirm or deny anything. But
no, she's in this movie then.
Yeah, Courtney Cox, Gail's in this movie. I mean, dude, she's in the trailer. Yeah.
Oh, I didn't know. I mean, I didn't watch the trailer. I just... I'm gonna go in this blind almost.
Okay.
But I mean,
so what I would do, I would really play into, especially with the internet these days, and Scream 6 touches on some of these things. I would go with the Ghostface cult idea, basically meaning it just all over the country. There is a gigantic crime wave is going on. And ghost faces are everywhere. Murders are happening. People are trying to stop it. It doesn't just take place in Woodsboro or in New York or wherever. This is happening everywhere. And I would build the ghost face mask itself. I would call the film Ghostface. This is what I would name it. But obviously, you got to have Sidney Prescott. You have to tie back to the original. And the way I would end it would be very cliche, but you have to go back to Stu Macher. Stu Macher is he's Ghostface. You could end it 100 different ways. Oh, well, there's a Ghostface cult where Gene is leading it. But people aren't going to accept that as the final Scream movie, you have to bring back Stu Macher. Because see, here's the thing. No other characters in any other horror movies have any stronger plot armor than the Scream films. Look at how many times Dewey would get stabbed or Gale would get shot.
Right.
People, you could get your head cut off with a chainsaw and somehow you would live by the end of the movie. So you can't sit here and tell me that, oh, well, Stu had a TV fall on his head, but that killed him, even though people can get stabbed in the gut 1,500 times and live. Yeah, that makes sense. So
Right.
Yeah,
basically,
I mean, like I said, Dewey would keep on getting hurt,
yeah,
and he would always come back. So I'm like, are we even
Right.
sure he's really even dead?
well, like I said, without spoiling anything for Scream 6, I'm working real hard to avoid that because we're breaking all that down on Thursday. Dude, I literally have 3 pages of notes front and back from this movie. I've done homework. Dude, seriously, when it comes to my slashers, I do. Go back and watch the Halloween Ends review. Look at how much info I dropped in that. I do my homework on this stuff. I love it. But if I got the chance to direct the last Scream film, I'm having Stu Macher being a leader of the Ghostface cult. I keep it simple. Slashers don't have. This is not the Shawshank Redemption. This is not classy media. You don't have to make it so expansive and whatever that it takes people out of the movie. This is a slasher film. I'm going to deliver on the kills. I'm going to bring back Stu Macher. I'm going to have nationwide Ghostface killers killing people, and it's going to be brutal. And like I said, there's a lot that I can't say because I'm not talking spoilers here because I don't want to ruin anybody's time. But you need to see Scream 6 is all I'll say. So
See,
Right.
that badass popcorn bucket right there with the mask.
That's the one Tex wants.
that's it right there.
Cool.
Oh, what's up? Frank's in the chat. Frank says Jeremy Rich and I are going to see it tomorrow. Dude, I can't wait. I honestly wish that this is one of those movies I wish I could go back into blind, not knowing anything.
Oh, see, I didn't nervous Frank was there because I had the pictures up instead.
You've been avoiding Frank because you're scared of getting your ass whooped. Is what you're doing.
Yeah.
So
No, I mean Wednesday I was tired and I had a nasty headache. And
Excuses.
But yes, like I said, tune in Thursday. I'm so excited. If you thought I was excited to do the Halloween Ends review, I am that excited, but positively to talk about Scream 6. And like I said, I literally have 3 pages of notes that I've took from this film that it's going to be a fun show. Like I said, I'm hoping it's the whole show, but I don't, that's up to Frank. It's his decision. But
I'm just wondering, how do you get all these notes? Do you go back and try to remember stuff, or you record your thoughts, or what?
I'm really good at mental notes. So as I'm sitting in a film, I'm a visual aided person. Like whenever I watch something, I remember it very well. And I've watched, I'm 35 years old, and 30 years of that I have spent watching horror films. I study these things like I'm a director myself, like I'm making a movie. I studied the behind the scenes, the motives of the characters, how they say things, who says what. This is my passion in life, and I absorb it. I can't really explain it, but I don't know. Maybe it's my superpower. I'm not sure.
I think I can add something to that, Tex.
Sure.
Okay, Casey, you know who? What's that dude's name? Jim. Was it Bob? So the Monster Vision dude. Yeah, Joe Bob Briggs. Tex is him basically.
Yes, Joe Bob Briggs is my idol. If I could have any job, it would be Joe Bob Briggs' job. He gets to present horror films. He writes articles about them. He discusses them, whether it's on TV or in person. this dude has my dream job. I mean, it's a local Texas dude. His actual name is John Blunt, but his character's name is Joe Bob Briggs. And he's gotten to present horror movies since the 80s. Literally, he comes on TV, he has a show, he talks about a movie, shows the movie, they take breaks within the film, he talks about what's happened. I would love to do this. This is what I want to do with my life. And it just fits, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, I can see why. I mean, like when I watched Creed 3, when I brought my homeless buddy with me.
I still say that dude looked like after y'all turned that camera off, he was going to try to grab a thigh. He looked like he was getting kind of close, you know what I mean? So
Well,
I hope that didn't happen.
Because I mean, where the phone is, a lot of time I couldn't zoom out, so I mean, I wanted both of us in the picture, so I didn't want to be just dominated on me. So I was like, I told him you're going to have to come in a little bit. So, but
did he try to kiss you? Was there like that awkward moment where you're staring into each other's eyes and you're like, do we or don't we? Did you have that moment?
No.
You know what that reminds me of? When fucking Tommy and fucking one homeless dude and Joe was like, are you sleeping? That's what it reminds me of. Oh my God, that's fucked up.
But
yeah, I thought it was weird that both Tex and Frank call him look like he was homeless. Like
literally, Frank and I didn't discuss that beforehand. He never said his homeless friend to me. We came to that thought independently. That's what's so funny. Like that's hilarious.
Frank said, "Did you say you let him dominate you?"
See, that's why Casey parked in the back of the parking lot, so him and his friend could get frisky. You know what I mean? Like
Oh my God, that's so fucked up.
It all makes sense now. You know, they were all turned. Casey and his friend were all turned on from watching them dudes beat the hell out of one another, and they needed a place to, get that energy out. You know what I mean? So,
right?
We didn't want to do the video right there, like in that parking lot. So we just went around the corner, and I was like, because one,
sounds
like I didn't want people like look at us as we were doing that.
Oh, you wouldn't want people to watch you doing your sinful ways, of course not. I get it. I understand. I'm not judging. I'm not saying you're going to go to hell for it. That's just what the Bible says. So you do what you need to do. It's okay. So, But
yeah, but I found the spot that it's in the same parking lot that I usually go to, this video game store I go to.
Right.
And I was like, we'll go here and we can do how long the video is going to last. And it was fun. I mean, I think next time when I tell him, let's stay more on topic. And when he went off to talking about Spider-Man, I was like,
I mean, all cards on the table. I mean, over on Harsh Truth channel, we call them squirrel moments. And I mean, Frank even has a graphic, this squirrel moment's brought to you by Cora or whatever, but she's not the only one that does it. Often when it's, her, Jeremy, and I, Frank has to kind of rein us in because we might start talking about Scream, and then by the end of it, somehow Harry Potter, The Land Before Time, and Pink Panther has came up. It happens a lot. It's natural in conversation because one thing reminds you of something else. You know what I mean? So.
Yeah, I mean that's when that part came up. That's why I put the title saying "random BSing," because
Frank. Look at the last two comments from Frank. In case you read those.
I bet $10 you.
No, read the first one first, and then that one. Read the first one first. Yeah.
Let me bring that trying to bring that up. I bet that's not the first time he in a parking lot.
No. You got to read it.
That's what I'm reading.
You
I
jumped over that word.
What word? I was getting to the word that.
Just restart. Just restart from the beginning. Just restart.
I bet that's not the first time he's in a parking lot. What?
Oh my God.
Rendezvous.
Can you help him, Mikkel? Do you know what that word is?
No.
Frank, you just won $10, by the way.
Wow.
I know the word. It's one of those words that's
you can
hard.
sound it out, Casey.
Rendezvous.
I don't know.
Rendezvous. It's called rendezvous.
I was close. Rendezvous.
Either way, Frank won $10, so congratulations, Mr. Harstad. There you go.
Well, Frank can get his $10 out of 2 months of $5 on his Patreon from me, so I can kill two birds with one stone on that. Well, actually, it's three. Actually, that's 3 birds with one stone. I'm paying off his debt with that.
Well,
and
one thing I will say, Casey, about because you had asked your friend, "Oh, well, did you see the other Creed movies?" And he's like, "Nope," and then proceeds to talk about what he just saw. One of the things that I'll do, and this is just me giving my own personal whatever, do it or don't do it, I don't really care. If when Scream 6 came out, even though I know Scream 1 through 5 like the back of my hand, I went back and rewatched everything.
You're smart about it.
Just to freshen up, I forgot, Cotton Weary, how he dies in the beginning of Scream 3, blah, 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 whatever. And because you never know when you're dealing with a franchise that's dealing with a timeline. Unless it's like a Marvel movie where you have to go back like 25 movies, I'm not doing that. That's too much. But if it's manageable, I do it. If it's like before Halloween Ends comes out, I watched Halloween 18 and Kills. It's just like this year on Halloween, Saw X is coming out. So I'm going to watch Saw 1 through 8. I'm not watching Spiral. I can't stand Chris Rock ruins Saw movies. I will never forgive him for that. I wish Will Smith would have slapped him harder, but that's beside the point. But like I said, before that comes out, I'm going to watch all the Saw movies again.
Talking about Chris Rock, he did finally talk about that on his stand-up about it.
And that was hilarious, by the way. If you haven't seen that special on Netflix, go watch that, because that was freaking hilarious. So,
well, I mean, he brought up the point where saying that, she hurt him more than he could ever hurt her, not him. Like, physically.
Right.
What the fuck?
Sorry.
Tex getting another drink.
Oh, it sounds like someone pissing for a second.
I made 2 gallons of my Tex juice, as I like to refer to it, so I don't sound like too much of an alcoholic. It's Tex juice. You know what I mean? So
instead of
it works.
Juice, it's Tex juice.
Yeah, it's the stuff that helps me tolerate some folks. You know what I'm saying? So it's all good.
But I mean, Will Smith, I mean, he is kind of like the real life version of a cuck, if you really think about it. I mean,
he is a cuck. What are you talking about?
Well, yeah, because he doesn't mind his woman being in our relationship, even though he's married to her, So, I mean, there's a difference if, let's say, you're married, but you've been separated forever. And then that's different. But if you're still married and you're, like, together, and your woman's with another man, and, like, you're a cuck.
Well, not necessarily.
Yeah, the
If you-
definition of a cuck is a guy that pays another man to fuck his wife while he jerks off. That's a cuck.
if you obviously this is a non-traditional lifestyle, but open relationships happen a lot. But
Oh yeah.
the only way that it works is if both parties are okay with it and participating. If Will Smith was not out, and he's out getting another tail, he's Will Smith. Come on.
Yeah.
It's not like he's not getting laid. He could just, ask for it, and 15 women will present their body parts for him, whatever.
Right.
Or dudes, whatever he likes. I don't know his life, whatever. But
It's like I'm open for business, and then it'd be like a line.
yeah,
You
you can't tell me if
do that.
you can't tell me these good-looking women out in Hollywood that are trying to make it. If Will Smith gave them the light of day to even blow him, they would not be all over that.
Oh yeah.
But
I mean,
there's nothing wrong with an open relationship if both parties are okay with it and the rules are followed. You know what I mean? So
I just
I
don't
think it's fucked up.
Yeah.
well, it's not for everybody. Not everybody can do it. I've done it with certain people at times. It's an alternative lifestyle for sure, but it's, in my experience with it, you never do it with somebody who you really and truly love, because at the end of the day, it probably doesn't work long term. You know what I mean?
That's what I was gonna say. Like, you're gonna have an open relationship with that. You're gonna eventually be hurt, or the other person's gonna get hurt.
I think personally you should just walk away if that's the fucking case.
Well, it like I said, I've done it in the past, and like I said, I've dated strippers.
Well, strippers are one thing.
There's a whole lot of notches in my bedpost. I'll leave it at that. But it was. I would never do it. I have the same rules with threesomes that I do open relationship. I'm never going to do it with somebody that I want to be with long term. Threesomes are a lot of fun, but you don't do it with somebody you plan to die with. That's kind of how it goes. So.
Yeah, I'm like, to me, I feel like if I was offered, like you said, a 3-way with the person you want to be with, that's gonna hurt your relationship. So,
But didn't you say you were gonna do that, Casey? Yeah, I swear you said that in the stream way back, that you and Melissa and you'd have your ex-wife's or your wife's urn. You said that kind of fucked up shit. You said it, dude, not us. You can go back and
remember that, but
go back. I remember.
I remember that. I remember that. No, what AJ? I think you're referring to me making a smart ass comment about it. Casey played off of it,
because I remember that. And Casey said something that he would, and I'm like thinking, oh my god,
yeah.
so fucked up.
What you're talking about is I made a smart aleck comment about, well, does it count as a threesome if you're doing a chick with your ex-wife on like the headboard of the mantle or something?
That is so fucked up. Oh my god.
See, I'll take that as honestly a joke. I think that's.
Well, I'm playing. I would never insult your late wife. God rest her soul.
Yeah.
I love you. You're my buddy. I ain't gonna do that to you. It's I know where the line is, and where.
Some people just don't. But yeah, fuck those people.
Yeah.
Well,
me and Casey already talked about it.
Yeah,
so this is coming from me. I can take it as good as I give. It's all in good fun. We prank. It is.
Are you sure? It could hurt my feelings.
Yeah.
Fuck your feelings. Quarterback faggot. Fuck your all right. You a sissy boy, bitch. Yeah.
I'm probably gonna go cry myself to sleep tonight.
Good. Cry yourself. Make sure to blame me in your suicide note. How about that, you fairy motherfucker?
Who does that? Who does that? Is that almost like murder because they got them to get to that point?
Hey,
I'm
if
not
you
the
have a
one that.
weak-minded individual to do that,
I'm not the
then
one that.
whatever.
I'm not the one that held the knife to your throat or the gun to your head. I didn't. You chose that. Pussy. Fuck off.
Well, that's called a weak individual too.
So, yeah. No, but that's what AJ was talking about. But no, it's
Yeah,
all
I
good.
remember.
I vaguely remember it.
Casey,
Vaguely.
you could barely remember what happened 2 weeks ago.
Oh yeah.
See,
I mean,
Yeah.
now I did have one more joke that I never actually got to say, but I'll go ahead and say it since we're
Go
talking
for
about
it.
I was going to say, Casey, would it count as a threesome if you dusted your late wife over the bitch you're fucking that night and counted as a three-way?
oh,
Yeah.
Oh shit!
my God.
Just say,
it's like all right. It's like just stay there. I got something special, and I just dust her with her.
right. Like, not all of it, not a lot of her ass, but enough. Like, you put it over her genitals or something, and then you hit it.
Then later on, it's like technically there was a third person.
Right. So technically, that's a threesome. It's just, it's a, let's see, what can we call that? We can call that a non-traditional three-way, is what we'll call it.
I would call that necrophilia.
No, because that's legal terms. You can get in trouble for that. It's a non-traditional threesome, is what it is.
Well, the thing is, there's no actual body there, so it's not really.
Right. It's,
But you're talking about putting your late wife, fucking ashes on Melissa's snatch and fucking her. That is fucked up, dude. What the
that's
fuck?
why this is why, okay, I can get away with saying jokes like that because I'm a dick and I don't care. It's all,
No, I get that. That's just fucked up.
but it's I have often found in life, for whatever reason, I can say things that most people either don't have the balls to, and I get away with it. So it's all good. So what you want to do?
Well, it's a lot of times. I mean, I have to be more careful what I do at work. A lot of times, I was screwing around, and I would say, "Hell." Just screwing around, and then eventually I changed it to Hell Biden because people saying that I'm a big time Democrat, and so I play off of it. So I'll be randomly tell them Hell Biden, and then
Well, you can't say Hell Trump.
Oh God.
well, I mean,
now, did you ever go with the whole orange man bad nonsense? That's a joke.
A what?
Did you ever, because how the Democrats would say, well, we would make fun of the Democrats by saying orange man bad, like they were actually saying.
Yeah. No. Yeah. But I'm not. I wouldn't even call myself a real Democrat at all. I mean, if I was registered to vote last time, I was going to vote for Trump. But
if I had to classify you, I'd say you're more of a moderate than anything.
Yeah, right now, I like to say honestly what they're for. I'm not going to use this person's a Republican. Oh, this person's a Democrat. I'm not going to vote.
Okay, answer me a couple questions here. And just yes or no's will be fine. Gay marriage.
I'm okay with it because the reason is I feel everyone deserves to marry the person they love.
Abortion.
That's a very touchy.
Yes or no, Casey?
I'm for it because mainly because I feel like the woman should have a right to their body.
Okay.
So you're pro-choice.
That's what he said. So, and this one you're going to need to elaborate more on, but how much
control do you think the government should have, ideally in your perfect setup?
Definitely not something like having fucking cameras in your house or anything. But I feel like there should be some surveillance because I mean, God, managing the chaos if we don't have any surveillance. So
okay, so how important is states' rights, meaning the Constitution, to you? How important is that?
I mean, I think like freedom of speech is obviously important.
How about the Second Amendment?
Is not the bear
The right to bear arms.
Yeah, I think that's definitely important. I
Okay,
mean,
now where do you stand? Where do you stand on? I'll go ahead and combine taxes and like public help, like welfare and Medicaid and whatever. Where do you stand on those issues?
As well, honestly, if some bums, I'm talking not like actual bums. I'm talking like people like my father-in-law, where you used to abuse the.
Right, he takes advantage and milks the system from welfare and stuff.
Yeah, or they'll get hired long enough just to get unemployment.
I need to get back to that point, Casey. What's the difference between the bums that you're talking about that won't get a job and the bums that you're talking about? Because I'm confused about
this. All right, good point. Yeah, good point.
Are you talking about like bums like that are like on the street corner with like a cup that says "change, please"? Is that what you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay.
Because that's a little touchy. I feel like that's kind of hard. I mean, but I think there's welfare. I mean, they really need to be more.
Go ahead, Casey.
Kind of like
please elaborate. I mean, I want to know these things. That's why I asked.
Let's say like unemployment. I think you shouldn't able to ride on it for a year just because you're too lazy to go out and find a real job.
Right. So
now, what defines a real job too? That's what I'm curious, Casey.
Oh shoot! Text. He says, "I want you to think for a moment that you're asking Casey."
Well, no, Frank. Frank, I know what I'm doing. I'm aware of who I'm asking these questions to, but I'm trying to kind of feel Casey out on. Casey, I've always kind of considered you as, knowing what I know about you, and especially what you said here, as fiscally conservative, meaning monetarily wise, with the whole, keep, working for your own, do your, carry your own weight kind of thing. But but on societal issues, you're kind of more democratic liberal, I would say. Gay marriage, abortion. So I would say, like I said, I would say you probably lean more moderate conservative, but just slightly to the right. I would say you're centrist, if anything. And I also
Kevin
think
Nash
you're one of
centrist.
Well, I would also Kevin Nash is a bleeding heart fucking liberal. The only thing right about him is gun rights. Besides that, he bleeds blue. But one thing I would say about Casey is, I also think Casey is somebody who doesn't really pay attention to a lot of political and doesn't really care. He tends to focus on real life, what happens on the smaller scale. And that's all he worries about, which is a good thing. That's not a bad thing. You know what I mean?
I agree, because the thing is, like, I mean, when they're going to talk about fucking what's going on with the Ukraine stuff.
Right. You probably pay little to no attention whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm like what? Unless they're gonna draft me, and I think I'm a little too old to get drafted now.
If we have to draft you to fight a war, we've lost already. Okay. Just know that.
Well, if that's the case, you draft Casey and McPhail.
But
Oh,
like, and I
God.
mean, to kind of
No.
the reason why I say what I do about you is like, even okay, go back to derailed days on a Sunday when we would be having when Frank and I and J-Man and Drew and whatever would be having a pretty in-depth political conversation. You would always be the one to kind of see your way out of it because you either didn't know or really didn't care to know, which is there's nothing wrong with that. And you're just not that
It's
kind
a
of
very
person.
touchy subject. Too.
It is, yeah.
It is, and sometimes I'll throw my 2 cents in. It's like this is how I feel, and a lot of times I agree with you or Frank because I mean, it's a lot of stuff would make sense. So I'm like, and Drew too. I mean,
well, that's what I'm saying. I know Frank's here listening, but if I had to classify Frank, I would classify him as your kind of a traditional Republican, but he's, when it comes to societal things like the homosexual, marriage, he's down with that. So moderate or modern Republican, I would say where Frank is, whereas myself, I would classify myself as far right. And I think anybody who knows me would put me there as well. It's just, we're on the same side of most things, but to varying degrees. I've always I forget which dating app it was, but it was a dating app where you could put what your political party was, and I put Texas secessionist because I'm not Democratic, I'm not Republican, I'm further away from that. A lot of my issues, I mean, hell, I've been called Nazi for some of my beliefs, which is stupid because I'm not burning Jews or whatever. I have a harder look on certain things. And, I'm not going to lie about who I am or what I believe. You know what I mean? I'm not going to quiet myself because it doesn't fit your scenario. Now, if you put me 100 years ago, I'd be the norm, but I'm not it. You know what I mean? It's just one of those things. So.
You don't even have to go that far back. I mean, during the 90s and 80s, I mean...
Right. I've always felt like I was born in the wrong time period, if I'm being completely honest. And...
we got a new subscriber.
Did we?
Oh, cool. Who was it?
AJ Brandt, or Bryant. Yeah. Welcome to the show.
Oh, cool.
I'm sorry, AJ Bryant. We only get one AJ.
AJ Bryant. I have seen Scream. I loved it. It was an 8.5 for me. We're not doing spoiler talking here because the rest of the crew hasn't got to see it yet. But tune in to the Harsh Truth YouTube channel on Thursday night. Frank and I and Jeremy and maybe Cora, I don't know, depending on her movie situation. We will have an in-depth spoiler discussion on that. But yes, I did enjoy the film, and I hope you did as well. But yes, please don't post any spoilers, AJ Bryant, please. Other than that, talk about whatever you want. Yeah, and welcome.
Yeah, welcome, AJ.
Yeah.
Welcome.
Yes.
But we won't be accepting any more than 2 AJs now. I mean, that quota has been filled.
Well, we're just going to call this one Bryant.
At some point, we may make you two fight to the death over the name AJ. We might make y'all do that.
Depends on... No. There's only one, and that's me.
We might have to do like Joker did in Dark Knight and toss a pool stick in front of y'all and be like, all right, only one can make it. Let's go.
See, when I first watched Cronen's show, there was Casey Rose. So there was me and her.
Scream King?
What?
That's what he wants to be called, is Scream King.
Scream King.
Oh, Call him Scream King.
Sounds
Yeah.
good. Either
Like,
way, but yeah, no, Scream was cool though. I enjoyed it.
that's why you don't get to see Casey Rose anymore because
Casey
she's
is
gone.
Rocky.
Yeah, I took
Well-
care of her. She's done.
I
So,
only seen
AJ,
her like once or twice. What's up, bud?
AJ, I am kind of curious though. I know you're like you don't talk anything political. That like drives your soul up. But
No, it's not that. It's just I hate when people are arguing like when you got like say like a Democrat and Republicans because I've seen so much of their
Right.
idiocracy. Me personally, I am like more of a constitutionalist.
Okay.
Like, but
Oh.
I'm like more to the right. Like, I love my guns.
Oh no, yeah.
I believe
there's
that
no,
you know
yeah,
we
you're
shouldn't have
definitely right.
gay marriage. You know, there should be no gay marriage. Fuck that. It's in the Bible. It says
So
a
you're-
man and a woman.
So you're more on my end of things then, like kind of mindset wise.
Yeah, like and the only
Okay.
thing I am not for is like abortion. Like, say if something like say if a woman was raped,
Mhm.
she should have all rights to get rid of it. But if she's just sleeping
Yeah.
around like a fucking whore, then you're fucking dealing
Yeah,
with
I-
what you fucking caused.
I agree with that.
That I can agree with. When it comes to abortion, in cases of rape or incest, I'm fine. With.
Right.
Do what that I don't. I
Anything
don't
else,
like
you're
it.
fucked with.
I don't like it, but in cases of there's only one caveat that I would add to that I would be okay with is if the woman that was pregnant was underage, like under 18 years old,
hmm
then possibly, because I mean this whole
Yeah.
16 and pregnant nonsense is
Oh,
not
yeah.
acceptable.
Oh,
Dude,
you know
that
what I
shit
mean?
back in 2010 is when all that shit
Yeah.
started with that TV
I
show.
mean, as a father of two girls,
yeah.
you know, God forbid that were to ever happen, but if one of mine were under the age of 18 and it happened, I'm not going to sit here and lie and tell you I wouldn't think about it and consider it because I
Well, think about it this way,
You know
Tex. You said you're a father of two girls, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so take this in consideration. If you raise your girls right, they won't do that.
Well, yes, but I mean, my mother did her best to raise me right, and I still got into shenanigans. You know what I mean?
Well,
So
there's a big difference between being knocked up and having kids and then doing God knows whatever.
yeah, but dude, I lost my virginity at 12, dude.
Well, I was
Okay.
14, so I mean, it
So
wasn't
I mean,
that.
like I said, being a father really, you have to.
I don't know. See, that's the thing. I'm not a dad.
It makes you. Well, I know that's what I'm saying. Being a father, it makes you question every belief that you've ever had, and you have to
Right.
reconsider. You know, because prior to having kids, fuck abortion. Hell no. It should all be outlawed. It should all be banned. Whatever. But you know, like I said, in cases of rape, incest, or there's certain things. If I had a friend, I went to church with him, and he was a good dude. His wife had to have an abortion, and
Okay.
it was a health thing. It
That I
ultimately
agree
led.
with.
It ultimately led to it basically ruined their life for about 7 years because they had to make a real hard decision. They tried, like I said, I'm not going to spoil too much on them, but
No, I
They-
think I know exactly where you're coming from.
they tried for years to have a kid, and then
Right.
once she had one, if she had it, it would have been the end of her. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
see that I agree with too. Like if it's jeopardizing the woman
there's
and she's about
there's
to
got to
die,
be some
that's
consideration.
another- yeah, I agree.
But my one caveat with the abortion talk here is the father of that child should have just as much right as the woman does, though.
Exactly. And see, that's
That
the
is
fucked up
where-
thing nowadays. Is the woman's like,
That's
oh,
where-
I'm gonna go get one.
That's where it crosses a lot of lines with me is when, oh, well, you don't have any right to the child that you helped make. Fuck
Bullshit. It takes two to tango. You fucking
That
have just
happens to-
every right
Yeah.
as the woman does.
I was with a girl that I was with a girl and I got her pregnant and out of spite, she aborted our child to spite me, and I had
Oh,
no say so.
wow.
Because see,
Never.
that's the thing is what I
Yeah,
think is personally like, okay, say if you're with somebody for like, say, 10, 15, 20 years, right? And you've known each other your whole lives, and then you decide to have kids. That's like perfect. But like if you're just like
right.
1 or 2 weeks and then you're like you knock someone up, that's whatever. Fucking okay, whatever. But it's a very touchy subject.
It is.
Oh no.
It's not easy. It's a
Because it's psychologically it fucks some people up
It is.
too.
Like I said, whenever I was literally handed an envelope of papers by the bitch that did it and said, "You don't have to worry about anything more," and she walked away. I'm not going to say what I felt and what I wanted to do because I could have been a really bad guy that day. I don't think you know where I'm going here.
Yeah, I know what you're saying.
But
You know what? You held yourself back from it.
I did.
And you know what?
It
You got
was
2 beautiful girls, so that's what
Yeah,
counts, right?
I mean, it was. I don't know what that child could have been, who he or she could have been. I don't know. I don't have any idea. But I've got a beautiful, lovely family that I treasure, and it is what it
That's
is.
all that matters.
Yeah, I mean, there's no. I always say I only worry about the things that I can control, and unfortunately, I could not control that situation, so I got to let shit go. Unfortunately, that's just really fucking hard.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if I can show this picture that Randy Viper showed me. I mean, there's not new.
What do you do?
It's not new. It's not
Send it to her
new.
DM.
Yeah, okay, I could probably do that. That's not a
Yeah,
bad
send
idea.
it to her.
Does it show
to
any
the
nipple?
DM.
Is there any nipple in it?
Well, yes, there is nipple on this.
Yeah, you don't want to get your channel taken
Is it
down.
good nipple? Is it like, ooh, nice nipple?
I'll put in the same one where you've been putting this. This is what Randy Viper just put it in here. I think it's funny, but I don't know if YouTube's going to let me put this on
Let
there.
me see. Hold on.
I put in the. Yep. This is what Randy
That
sent
is
me.
fucking disgusting. Why did you show us that?
He's
What in their fucking... What the fuck?
Describe to the people what it is.
Yes.
It's Steve Colan and Bullfrog fucking holding each other after sex.
Yeah, we're not going
Big
to show
spoon,
that.
little spoon. That's fucked up.
I'm
God.
I'm playing the veto card on that one. No thank you.
Oh, God, that's so fucked up. But the fucked up thing is there's no cigarette involved with this.
See, apparently Bullfrog is the big spoon and Steve Callan is the little spoon, apparently. So.
Well, what? Yeah. No, thank you. Send that to some other show. We don't do that.
Yeah, we don't care for that kind of shit. Those are for like the gays. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I don't think I would get in. I mean, I didn't want to test the water.
It's just in poor taste. We don't do that.
Yeah,
is what we're saying.
I think it's funny, but
well, you're a fucking 5-year-old, Casey. Anything's funny to you.
Yeah.
True, good point. But I mean, like I said, I think it's hilarious to find out Bullfrog's the big spoon. But
Casey, whenever you and your homeless friend were cornholing one another in the 7-Eleven video game parking lot, who spooned who? How did that go down?
He spooned me. I needed to be held. I need to be whole.
Did he like stroke the little bit of hair that you have on the back of your head? Do the whole thing. Whatever.
Yeah, what's left there?
Right.
By the way, I'm gonna have that shit shaved.
Did
by
you rub the bald spot?
Yeah. Well,
the yarmulke spot. The yarmulke spot.
Oh, okay.
Now, were you two the only homosexuals parked behind the 7-Eleven cornholing one another, or was there a parking lot?
Oh, God.
Well,
Oh,
there could have been someone else there,
no.
but
Now, did you call out Mikhail's name when you finished? Is that what you
Fuck you,
You know, it's funny you said that because I did. I don't know why.
Wow.
I just randomly.
So whenever Casey shoots, he calls out Mikhail. Holy shit.
Yeah, just randomly. But you know what? Sometimes Mikhail is my safe word.
That's a pretty, well, that's actually probably a good safe word because you probably just go completely limp as cooked spaghetti when you even say Mikhail, right? Yeah, I could say that.
I've never heard that phrase.
What?
What you just said, it's like chopped spaghetti or whatever. What was
That's,
it?
you know, he went as limp as cooked spaghetti.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought you said something else.
Yeah. No. Yeah. Well, I guess cooked spaghetti would work as well, but you know.
Well, yeah,
But,
because it's cooked and it's gonna be limp.
Right.
But
Yeah.
if it's gonna be
See,
spaghetti,
so,
it's gonna
like,
be.
So whenever you and Melissa are hooking up, do you be like, all right, Melissa, if you want me to stop, just say Mikhail 3 times and I'll quit. Is that what you do?
That's right.
Oh,
I mean,
no.
Makes sense.
Mikhail.
No.
Casey's firstborn will be named Mikhail.
When she screams Mikhail out twice, that means we keep going. It's on the
So
third
2
one we
means
stop.
go, 3 means stop. Gotcha.
That's right.
So you really have to pay attention to the repetition of how many times it's said. That's important.
Yeah, exactly. So
Yeah.
if you said it twice, it's good. We're good to go. But 3,
That's it. Yeah.
we gotta cut it.
Mikhail, how does it feel that you make sex not happen? How does that make you feel?
I don't know.
Mikhail, how does it make you feel that even the mention of your name dries up vaginas worldwide? How does that?
Oh.
Oh my God. No.
Well, see, rumor has it the only way Mikhail can make a vagina wet is by throwing water on it. That's what I was told.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, that's good. I've never heard of it, but that was good. But
And they
yeah,
say
I'm definitely thinking about going and watching Scream 6, but I also want to go watch the new
need to.
Ant-Man.
Ant-Man sucks, dude. Ant-Man is garbage.
What, the new movie or
Yeah.
or you?
Ant-Man Quantumanium. It was. Okay, you know Mr. Marvel over from Horny Goat Channel?
Yes, Connor.
Yes, check out. He's the Marvel guy. Before you go see it, I would recommend seeing what he has to say about it. He knows this Marvel. He knows Marvel like I know horror. So
yeah.
I didn't like the film. I don't think Jeremy from Harsh Truth. I don't think he liked it. I think Frank liked it decently. I can't remember. I'm not for sure.
Oh, really?
But I would recommend checking out what Connor has to say before you make a decision.
Well, Big T says wait until it hits streaming.
Yeah, I would recommend. I wouldn't go spend money on it in a theater. I would.
Yeah.
If you're gonna go see anything, go see Scream 6. But before you go watch Scream 6, at least watch 5. Minimum.
Oh, I've seen 5. I just don't remember much what happened.
That's what I'm saying. Rewatch 5 before you see 6. It will enhance the theater.
All right.
You don't. It's better if you saw. Realistically, you need to see. Because Kirby's in the film, and I love Kirby. God, I love her.
She is sexy, man. She is fucking.
She's
sexy.
gorgeous. Hayden Panettiere is like my perfect woman. She's a smoking hot little blonde that's a horror nerd. That's like my dream girl.
Over Alexa Bliss.
Well, they're very similar in ways. I'm not saying specifically Hayden Panettiere's look. I'm talking about more of the prototype of the hot blonde that's a horror nerd. You know what I mean? That's very much what I go for. But
if you had to choose one or the other,
Now I see where Texas is Charlie from the fucking fourth movie.
see,
The
I
fucking
wasn't
nerd.
crazy. I wasn't crazy about him as a killer, but I really liked his character.
That
He was-
sounds just like it.
Yeah. He was, I mean, he was right on, I was right on point with him, but I didn't want him to be one of the ghost faces. Like, I was like, no, there were others I wanted to see be Ghostface other than him, or whatever. Initially, he wasn't going to be a Ghostface. The white cop that gets killed out in the street, he was going to be a Ghostface in Scream 4, by the way.
What was the black cop's? He looks familiar. Isn't it like Andy something? His real name? It's like, the big black.
He's the guy from that. He's the guy from that Blackish TV show.
Yeah.
I can't remember his name.
I don't know either.
I don't know either way, but yeah, no. Initially, one of the early scripts for Scream 4 had the white cop as being a Ghostface, but Wes decided to kill him bloody in the street, which is actually a pretty cool death. But no, Scream 4 is not a must-watch, but know that Kirby comes from Scream 4. She was a teen in that film, and now she's an FBI agent. And this is.
I was just glad it was filmed here in Michigan. That was fucking great.
Scream 6 was filmed in Montreal.
No. I'm talking about Scream 4.
Scream 4 was. Yeah,
Scream 4 was filmed in Plymouth. Yeah.
Yeah. But no, Scream 6 was lightly shot in New York, enough to get some exterior shots just to show you where it was. And then the rest was filmed in Montreal.
Big T said it was Anthony Anderson. That's who I'm thinking of. Thank you, Big
Yes,
T. That's
thank
exactly
you,
who
Big
I'm
T,
thinking.
right
That's
on.
who I'm
Big
thinking
T
of. Yep.
delivering on that.
Yep.
But Big T, about Ant-Man, they ruined MODOK. Oh, yeah. No, what they did with MODOK is ridiculous. Like, whenever I saw that, I was like, okay. Like, I was looking forward to MODOK, and they turned it into a freaking joke.
I've never seen Ant-Man, and I probably never will.
You're not missing it.
I enjoyed the first two.
I can't get into it. Like, Marvel movies in general, I can't get into them.
Some of them are good. Some I always watch them because, I mean, obviously we review them over there.
Right, obviously.
But if it wasn't for reviewing them with Frank and the guys, I probably wouldn't watch them much either. To be honest with you,
Really?
I would probably watch them if there was one that really caught my eye. Like, if it wasn't for reviewing Black Panther 2, I would never watch it. I'm not interested. The same thing with the new Thor movie, with whatever. If it wasn't for review purposes, I wouldn't check them out whatsoever. There's only two Marvel characters I care about. That's Punisher and Ghost Rider. That's the only two that
What
I care
about Venom? And Carnage?
Venom is. I'm not crazy. I like Venom, but I'm not going to go out of my way to see a Venom property. To be honest.
I mean, I just like the cartoons, like the comics, like that Venom. Like, I like that one.
Yeah. No. When it comes to Marvel characters, like I said, Punisher and Ghost Rider are my go-to. Now, I know a lot about Marvel characters because, I mean, I grew up reading comic books and, I read DC along with Marvel, so I know a good bit about these things. But it's not, I can't remember the last time I picked up a Marvel comic book. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've read DC lately. I haven't read Marvel.
I haven't picked up a comic book probably in fucking 15 years.
Yeah, it's been forever for me since I held one, but I mean, I enjoyed the Marvel movies because I mean they have pretty much like it's a story. I mean, it just flows through most of the movies are connected. That's why when you start with like you have the Avengers movie is like a finale for that series,
Well, here's my problem with Marvel movies these days. And if it kind of tells you anything about Marvel, My favorite Marvel movie ever was the first Ghost Rider with Nicolas Cage. Years like in the early 2000s. I adore that movie. As far as MCU movies, like actual MCU, the Captain America films, Winter Soldier, is probably my favorite one. I love it.
I've never even seen those. Like any of them. Like I've never seen any of them.
The Iron Man films. I've seen a lot of Marvel. Like I said, especially the first couple phases, I've seen all of them because it was culturally relevant and they were actually good at the time. But I was never like crazy about it. I just enjoyed it. It was just a movie to me. I mean, I'm a horror guy. I'm a slasher guy. I get excited about, like, okay, the first show that we did for Harsh Truth this year was which movies are you most looking forward to? Literally every one of my top 5 was a horror film. I love horror movies. I love the medium. I love from the B movies that you probably never heard of to the A-list franchises. I dig it. That's where I stay. So I don't get excited for Marvel. It's not my deal.
No, I totally agree. Like, I wish I had more time on my hands to do that. I mean, there's so much so much catalog I wish I could watch, but it's like we only have 24 hours in a day, and it's like fucking half the day I'm sleeping or working.
Well, see, that's the thing. Even if there's movies I don't get, let's say I don't have time to watch a film, I love podcasts because you can learn so much in a podcast.
Oh, yeah.
I subscribe to probably 10 to 12 movie podcasts that break down films, talk about the behind the scenes of it. They get stars from the movie. There's a handful of them that I subscribe to.
Right.
And I love them. Because so even when I am working or I am busy or I am whatever, I can ingest the content that I want or need. And there's so much that I've learned from these throughout the years because, back in the day, you had a behind the scenes making of documentary on a movie.
Oh, yeah. I remember those.
A lot of movies don't even have that anymore. And it's like, what the hell? Where's I was one of those movie nerds that I would watch the movie and then I would turn on director's commentary and I'd rewatch the movie. I love it. Wow. I mean, some of the best director's commentary, watch any Rob Zombie movie, he basically gives you a free film class whenever he does his director commentaries. It is incredible. You can learn so much from it.
Casey,
Yes?
Frank's comment in the chat, you should read it.
Oh, okay.
Oh my God.
Oh, wow. That's a good one. That's a good one.
I don't know about that.
Have you ever seen Clockwork Orange?
No.
You need to watch it. That Malcolm McDowell in that movie is incredible. Besides his performance as Dr. Loomis in Halloween for Zombie, that's his best role for me.
Hey, TSS brought up a good point. I mean, we can technically call this the pre-show to Derailed.
Pretty much.
Yeah. I mean, hey,
but we still haven't got
our...
Drew and Tex one-on-one shooting at each other. They've always just been like in the chat. Yeah, but you gotta think of the build-up. You know what I mean?
Here's the thing. I mean, I hate to spoil this, but Costanza's the one with the bone to pick to this. I could really give a fuck if I'm being honest. Like, who cares? A guy drove over a gay flag. What do you freaking do? I don't care.
What kind of car was it? I'm just curious.
It was a black dually pickup. It was.
Oh, okay.
It was in Florida, I think. I'm not even real sure. But yeah, apparently there was a gay flag.
Wait, that one with the big long painted flag? I think that was in New York.
Yeah. I don't know where it was. Either way, there was a gay flag painted on the road, and a dude was doing a burnout on it. Costanza tagged me in it, and then Drew responded first, and then I responded afterwards because I was sitting there bored of everything to do. Right. And then that's when it became a thing on here, and because like Drew had commented about, well, there's no difference in that and the Confederate flag and blah blah. that's where the conversation
Right.
started. But I don't really care. It's like,
Yeah,
okay,
see, I
who
agree with
cares?
you, Tex, but like
know?
like earlier when you guys were in the chat, like in the DMs talking back and forth and stuff, and then on Twitter,
Mhm.
it's like I glanced at it, but it's like, dude, I'm like at work, I can't read everything. I'm fucking
Yeah,
trying to
no, it
haul
was,
ass.
like I said, I had 3 issues. Number one, if like my number, because I didn't look. My lack of care will show here. I didn't go investigating to see if this was approval or not to paint on the road. So apparently, because I called it vandalism, I said if I go out and I paint the street with anything, I'm getting arrested, a ticket at the minimum. But they can go paint a gay flag in the street and everybody gets praised for it because it's gay.
Right.
My second
no.
question was, or my second problem was, we all know the gay agenda that gets pushed these days. And this is just only furthering that stereotype. But my third and my biggest concern was the safety issue. This was right by a stop sign, a long distance before it, where, okay, if it's raining and there's a motorcycle coming down the road, that's going to be slick right there, and they're not going to be able to stop. Somebody's going to slide right through that and have a car wreck.
Right.
You know what I mean?
Because of the paint?
Yes.
Yeah, you never drove
Have you
wet
never,
paint
okay,
before?
have you never been walking in a Walmart parking lot where there's like that crossing area where the yellow paint is on top of the road and felt how slick that is with rain on it?
No.
Yeah. You can slip. If you don't have good traction, you can slip. You can fall or whatever. So take that, but you're a motorcycle who's coming to a stop and it's right in the stopping zone and you're on 2 wheels. Good luck.
Well, and not only that, I mean, gosh, motorcycles crash just because there's a rock in the road and it hits it.
Right. Well, okay, imagine that scenario, but there's a gigantic flag painted and you're trying to stop in the middle of it. Good luck.
Yeah.
Right.
And then, like, Drew had compared, well, what people just wanted fair representation, then he brought up the Confederate flag issue. I said, well, hang on a minute. That's not a fair comparison. A Confederate flag was a flag that was a governmental recognized flag for a nation.
Yeah, it was
a gay flag is made up of a bunch of people who live an alternate lifestyle, not a governmental state or a body. So it's a non-issue for me. Who gives a crap?
Can I answer this right here for what TSS says? Because I don't want you guys to...
Go for it.
It says AJ Drew's a promoter. Yeah, I understand that, but okay, listen to this though.
He's
Any great performer, you have to build up the main event. You just don't go into it like that. You gotta, like how the wrestling, they have a baby face and a heel. They build up until say WrestleMania. So that's what I'm getting at. TSS. I'm not trying to say like,
he's drumming up topics for our show on Saturday. And that's why I played along.
I can't wait. I'm glad I have the day off.
It's gonna be a fun show. I know Casey, me, Frank. We've all. How many times have we said, "God, I wish Darrell was here. I miss, being on the show or whatever."
I'm gonna be on there tomorrow. I thought I'd been fired.
I never. No, I said you've missed it. I never said you were going to be on. I never said you were welcome back. I've already told you you're fired, and if you show up, you're going to get arrested. So, if you show up tomorrow night, J-Man obviously knows where you live, so we're going to have him call your local police and say, hey, go cut this man's Wi-Fi connection. He can't be here. So,
has anybody talked to J-Man? Is he coming on?
I haven't spoke to him, but I'm sure he'll be there.
No, I don't know.
He's an interesting character.
I still think he might be dead.
He's a cool dude.
Yeah. My hair is longer than his, but that's the only thing that we
I always
can
enjoyed watching J-Man, physically assault Casey within an inch of his life. I always enjoyed that.
Oh yeah. Those are like highlight reels right there. Casey getting hit in the back of the fucking head.
The other day, actually, The other day, I actually went to the Derailed Clips channel that Immoral had set up, and I watched the clip of where he goes into your room and beats you down and rips the Hogan poster. That was a fun memory. So,
Well, here's a late show up. What's going on, Anani?
Oh shit! What's up, Anani?
hang on, wait a minute. You only say hi to Casey? Do we not exist?
Yeah. Do we not
What
exist?
the hell?
I mean, I was the one that first acknowledged it. You were in the chat. Can't you just say, "Oh,
rude.
hi, Casey"?
Where are your manners, Anani? That is very
Yeah, woman.
Lord.
Should be in the kitchen making us food.
Oh,
I'm just
there
playing.
some biscuits for me. You ain't gonna acknowledge me. At least you can bring me a plate of biscuits and gravy or something.
And a cold beer, at least, or something. And a steak.
Yeah, like 12 of them.
see, I'm gonna get hate for this, but
Hey,
I'm
Anani is great. She is good. She's a good girl.
yeah, she is. But like I said, I was getting I'm gonna get hate for this, but I'm not a biscuit fan at all. I don't
What?
like.
Okay,
Yes.
you're definitely not a Southerner. You're kicked out.
I
You
like
don't get to.
biscuits. And
You
I
don't
live
get
in
to
the north.
claim biscuit. If you don't like you some dadgum biscuits and gravy, just go
Oh,
join the
hell
communists. Get out
With
of
some bacon and some fucking scrambled eggs and sausage. Oh, hell.
here.
I can double on that. I mean, I literally hate the taste of tea too. So that's
Okay,
another
we
one.
can't be friends anymore. We're done. I quit the show. I'll never be here again.
I don't understand why people like tea. It doesn't taste good to me.
Dude, okay, I drank tea. And by tea, I mean sweet tea. I
I
drink.
mean, Long Island iced tea?
No, I don't drink that faggoty Long Island shit.
I don't know. I've never had one.
I drink sweet tea like a good Texan does. I like, when it comes to soda, I got Mountain Dew. My beer is Lone Star, and then I have my whiskey. That and water are the 5 things that I drink. Other than that, I don't care. Occasionally, I'll have a Coke, but not very often. So.
Oh, Big T's the one. Big T says, "Who hates iced tea?" And I said, and it's Casey. So go after him.
I hate tea. I hate iced tea.
No, one of the best breakfast for me is eggs over medium because I like them messy. I don't want them scrambled. I want them messy.
Oh, I love scrambled.
Oh no, I want mine over meat. Like they're not quite medium. They're kind of like, they're just about there, but you still have some yolk and stuff to play with. Give me about 2 or 3 biscuits.
Haters.
Huh?
We got 2 haters at tea, the 2 mongoloids.
Okay, but let Mikkel, does he count? No, Mikkel.
No, he's not really a person.
So, I mean, if Mikkel could clearly say tea sucks, then I would acknowledge him, but he can't even do that. So fuck him. So either way,
No, go back where you're saying, Tex.
Give me some over medium eggs. Not quite soupy, but there's some chunks in there, but you still get some yolk. Give me 2 good biscuits. I want butter in the middle of them, gravy, sausage gravy on top of them.
Ooh, what about sausage patties?
No, I want sausage gravy with chunks of sausage within the gravy.
Okay.
A few pieces of bacon and either grits or hash browns, either way. And it's best to mix all of that together. Like my ideal breakfast is I take all of those things and I basically make a goulash out of it, and I just eat it all. It is delicious with a good hot sauce on top, of course.
Hell, why don't you just put it into a burrito shell and then put some hot sauce on there?
No, I like to layer it. I do like the biscuits, and then I'll put like the eggs and the bacon inside of the biscuit, and then I'll pour the gravy over top of all of it. It's real good.
Well, you know what's weird is that my late wife, what she likes to do with her eggs, likes to like almost have surgery with it, where she'll cut out the yolk, and like she'll cut the yolk out, and she'll eat the egg white, I guess, and then what she'll do is she'll skin the yolk of its of the white. The egg white.
Right
There.
there.
Oh my.
Sorry. I was trying to think of the word
Brain
egg
fart?
white. Yeah, I had a brain fart. And she wants the yolk like be intact before she eats it.
Yeah.
I was like, I've never seen that in
No.
my life.
I said I make mine like over medium. They're like whenever I get done, the yolk is still intact. It's cooked more than it's just past over easy, just slightly past. So whenever I put my I'll crack the egg into the pan directly. I don't like when you make scrambled eggs, you stir it all up and break the yolk or whatever. In the South, when you do eggs, you just crack it directly into the pan and then you move the yolk some, but not as much, so some of it's still intact. You know what I mean? But it's got that runniness to it. It's not the perfect way to do an egg.
For me, I like what my mom does. She'll make me a big omelet. It'd be like have cheese and bacon bits in there, and it'd be real bacon. It will be real bacon bits, not like
my lunch today was 2 egg and sausage sandwiches that I made them for breakfast, but I wasn't hungry. So basically, what I'll do is I'll take 6 eggs and I fry up some sausage to where it's like 3/4 of the way done. It's not all the way.
What kind of sausage? Are we talking Lynx? Are we talking maple? What are we talking about?
No, this is ground sausage.
Okay.
This is ground sausage from hogs that I've killed myself down here.
So you're talking about actual stuff you make? Okay.
Yes, it's wild. This is wild hog sausage that I've killed on hunts down here.
Really?
And I brown it to where it's about 3/4 way done. Then I'll leave the grease and I leave everything in the pan because there's not much grease to it. It's not greasy like this crap you buy at the store where you've got 2 ounces of grease you have to pour out. You know what I mean? So then I'll crack 6 eggs into the pan. I'll let that cook for, it don't take maybe 2 minutes. It don't take long. But as I crack the eggs into it, I break the yolks slightly so there's still some in there and it's runny on top. And for about 2 minutes, I put the cover on, and then I take it off the heat, and I put it on toast, and I wrap it up, and it's real good.
Wow.
I dig it.
I mean, what Anani says, and he says, "Oh my God, who has that much time for breakfast? I inhale oatmeal topped with blueberries and down in coffee."
It doesn't take much time. Because I'll cook like half a pound of sausage, and it's not frozen already. It's like I keep it in the refrigerator. I have some hog meat that I have frozen because I want to keep it longer. But if I have hog meat that I'm going to cook that week, I just keep it in the refrigerator. It takes about maybe 3 minutes to cook the sausage, about 2 to cook the eggs. And while I'm doing that, I have the toast going. It takes not even 10 minutes to wrap it up and go. It's
really?
That's interesting because like the hog meat, like just picture, because like what we get from the supermarket, you're literally fucking already cutting it, priming it, and ready to go. And we're going.
I process
that's amazing.
the stuff myself. Literally, I kill the hogs. I do it all from field to table. I do this myself. I've got freezers full of meat that I have hunted that I eat. Probably, I'd say 80% of my meals are from animals I've killed, whether it's cow, pig, deer, whatever.
Think about it this way: would you ever take Casey out for one of your slaughters? Do you think he could handle it? Me personally, I don't think I could.
Well, are you saying like I'll be one of the slaughters, or you?
Yeah, you'd have to do it.
Okay.
Casey, have you ever been hunting? Have you ever processed an animal?
No.
I mean, I've hunted deer, but that's about it. But I haven't.
So you've never been deer hunting where you string it up from the trees by its hind legs, slit the throat to let all the blood run out.
Oh, that, yeah, I've done that. I thought you were talking about like taking it to the butcher. No, like I'd just take it to the butcher and they'd do all this shit.
I'm more of a fisherman than hunter because.
Okay. No. Go where you're saying, Tex.
No, I was listening to Casey. What'd you say, Casey?
Okay.
Like, no, I'm more of a fisherman than a hunter because I'm like, I just prefer it better because I mean I did go on a hunt before, but I'm not a hunter at all. I mean I wouldn't turn it. Oh, if someone says, "Hey, do you want to do it one day?" I'm like, sure, why not? But I'll be the guy who became like Dick Cheney's friend, where he
You know, I can picture you, Casey, is being the
What?
guy that goes sits at the fucking campsite while everybody else goes and shoots, and you're fucking getting
Yeah.
the fucking campfire prepped, and somehow you fall into the campfire.
Somehow.
Dude, I love going hunting. It's a. I mean, I've always said nature is my church. You know, that's where I'm. Anytime I'm in around people like in person,
Yeah.
I'm very antisocial. I don't feel right.
Right. No, I get you.
I'm very like it's kind of ironic how open of a person as I am on this shit.
Right.
I'm a complete 180 in real life.
Mhm.
I don't say I'm. You know, I talk as much as Michael Myers does in my real life. You know,
Wow.
about the only people that I talk to would be my family, children, you know, mother, whatever. Besides that, I don't say shit to nobody. You know, it's just the way that I operate.
Well, you know,
I'm the guy that
we all like that.
Yeah.
I'm the guy that when I'm the guy that when I walk into Walmart, I'm putting in earbuds so I don't have to hear anybody. That's kind of how I work.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
That's the same way here. So pretty
It's
much we're all like antisocial, and it's like we all come together and we're all like, oh, we gotta vent our frustrations and talk to one another because we all understand each other because we're all the same person pretty much.
Well, it's like, okay, if I take my kids to Six Flags, I'll be around hundreds to maybe thousands of people.
Right.
By the end of that day, I'm like, I don't want to see another human soul for 6 weeks. Just leave me alone. I've already seen too many people.
Oh yeah.
You know, it's you know, I never, you know, like as a teenager, you know, I would go to. I mean, I was popular as a teenager. I had girlfriends. I had a big group of friends, whatever. But the older I get, the more antisocial I get, and I'm happier that way. It's just
like,
easier.
No, I totally agree. Like outside of here, I have like 0 friends. No fucking lies.
Well,
I've got friends and associates.
Oh, I don't. I'll
I've got
be
friends and
honest.
associates in real life, but like my best friend in life, I haven't seen him in a year. And if I saw him tomorrow, it would be like we haven't missed anything. We would just pick back up and go. You know what I mean? It's just I don't need a lot of people. I don't find it necessary.
Exactly. I keep my circle very small.
I do too.
Because if you have too many people in a circle, then it's just like you can't
Well,
trust anybody. Like that, the whole don't trust anybody. I live by that.
It's not that I don't trust people. It's just don't trust them. No, it's not that. It's okay. Last time, whenever I was on here before I was drinking, how was I acting?
You were really pissed off. It seemed like.
Yeah, you're cranky.
Yeah.
You're a cranky old fucker. Even though you're not that old.
Right. I'm getting into my old man phase in my 30s. It's going to be great when I'm 60. Holy crap. People are going to smother me with a pillow. You know, but it's just, I can't help who I am. You know, and it's, you know. I guess maybe that's why I get into the movies so much, is because I get the interactions, but it's on my terms. Too. You know what I mean? And it's like with the podcast. I'm always listening to a podcast when I'm working. That's why I bought wireless earbuds. That's why I bought good ones. So I could just do my thing, and I'm not bothering anybody. And I don't have this obnoxiously huge headset on everywhere that I go.
Right. Yeah, ever since I started this new job, man, like my old job I miss, but like this new one, man, it's hectic. I agree.
Yeah. It's just, I don't know. I like quiet. I like solitude.
it gets lonely at times, not gonna lie.
Oh
But,
yeah.
you know, the good outweighs the bad. And
Well,
it works out.
I was gonna say I can make a stand cutout of me and send it to you.
Oh,
Hey,
God.
I'm always up for new shooting targets. Please.
You know what's funny is I was actually really thinking you were gonna say that. That's pretty funny.
or I could take your stand up and put like a dress on it, and then take pictures of you in random places. And be like, hey, look where Casey's doing. Casey's wearing a
No,
tube
get
top at Walmart.
Mikkel and Casey.
Ooh, look what kind of faggot he is.
No.
Now, if I ever got a cutout of Mikkel, I'd just burn that shit because I wouldn't want to haunt my house. God forbid that I have a ghost with a speech impediment haunting my house.
And all of it saying is, fuck you, Tex.
Well, think about this. I'll do a cheap version of it. It's gonna be made out of cardboard, and I'll glue a picture of me on there somehow. Like
as long as you promise that you're wearing your cool Casey hat, then I'll accept it.
The John Gruden.
Yeah, if I can have a cutout of cool Casey like to ride in my passenger seat so I can go to the carpool lane, then I'll accept it. You know? And just to say that you're real, I'll go back through old videos and I'll clip all like "hold on" and all of your little sayings, right? And I'll play it on a loop. So it's technically hold on. Well, actually, all of the things that Casey would say, so it feels like I'm having a conversation with Casey.
Oh, could you imagine if you could actually get a whole bunch of Casey clips, like sound bites?
Yeah.
Oh
Get a
my
bunch
God,
of Casey-isms and record them, and
Casey-isms. There you go. It's like instead of Ricky-isms, it's Casey-isms.
Yeah, it'd be great. And honestly, Casey, how easy would your podcasting days be if you just had a cardboard cutout of yourself? Would just do the same thing I'm doing here. Think of the watch hours that you could rack up. You're asleep. You're taking a nap, you know what I mean? You just put on a video game and you just put that in front of it. You're good to go.
Yeah. I thought it was funny. I seen the one with the JB clips when they were using that.
Oh my God, I remember that.
Yeah. It was a soundboard they used against Bullfrog.
With Bullfrog, yep. And Bullfrog literally thought he was talking to JB, and he was like,
"Holy shit! $8 a dozen for eggs,
dude! I remember it was $1. I remember it was 99 cents.
Dude, I've got 6. Well, I guess technically 7 because we just got a new chick. One of our eggs laid and hatched. I've got 7 chickens now that I don't buy eggs, dude. I'm like Big T. I've got enough birds that I get eggs for free. I just feed the chickens.
How many do they lay? Do they lay them daily?
Most of my grown chicks, they lay 1 to 2 per day. I have 2 birds that will lay 2 eggs per day because she was born out of a line of chickens that do this, like in the factory farms.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
That's interesting.
Yeah.
I can imagine Farmer Casey.
Chicken feed is cheap. I mean, it doesn't cost anything really. And the amount of eggs, I get so many eggs, I give them away to relatives and stuff.
No shit. Wow.
Yeah. And like I said, I've got a hunt for me. I could fish for food if I wanted to. I do that from time to time. Occasionally, we'll go catfishing or bass fishing or even crawdad fishing if we want to have a crawfish ball. And
damn,
I'm in a really good spot for wildlife and everything else. So.
Well, I'm curious about this. I'm pretty sure you know what this means, Tex, but I'm wondering if AJ knows this word. Do you know what noodling is?
Noodling?
Yeah, I've done it many times.
No. I'm gonna be up and honest. No, I might have heard it before, but I don't know exactly.
Have you ever heard of catfisting?
I'm not a big fisherman. To be honest with you. I'm
Well,
more
that's
of a
what
hunter.
noodling is. You literally
Okay.
go fishing with your hand. I've done it before.
Oh, yeah, I've done that as a kid. Yeah, I had caught a couple goldfish.
Well, no, it's
No,
not
this
you.
is for monster catfish.
Oh no, I have never done that. No, I mean
No,
probably
this
as a
is-
little kid, like I'd go in the stream and grab
this you
goldfish
literally-
or whatever fish they had.
You literally stick your arm about elbow deep in a bucket of stink bait, and then you stick your arm underwater and wait for a catfish to bite it.
Is that what happened to Casey?
I never.
It's a lot of fun.
I never did noodling. I'm afraid to get like a turtle to bite a finger off or something like that. I
I've
figured
I've done it. I've never been bit by a snapping turtle noodling, but I've pulled out some monster cats from anywhere from. I think the biggest I probably ever got was close to 100 pounds. I've got.
Holy shit!
I just thought of something so fucked up, Casey. You could go noodling, and you could be the weird fucking perv that goes and sticks your wiener in the fucking lake.
It'd be like, I got one! Oh!
Yeah,
Keep
he
moving,
cuts off
keep
your
wiggling.
shit,
I'm almost
too.
done. I'm almost there. You know.
See, I like you have to, like you said, you bait up your arm and then you try to go in like holes and like little caves.
Mhm.
So I'm
He's
like,
gonna bait himself up.
Well, the trick to it is you have to think of your hook, your fingers as like the treble on the hook. You know, that little sharp point or whatever. And when they bite down, you have to hook. Well, you don't have to, but you can. The way I do it is you try to hook your fingers in their gills from the inside out. So you can grab on, and they're basically biting down on your forearm. It doesn't really hurt too bad. It just feels on. And, it's a lot of fun.
well, you know,
That's
probably,
interesting.
you know what I'm about to say. Probably, I'm getting a little sweepy. So,
Oh, we got like 15 minutes to 4 hours. We can keep talking.
Big T asked, what Casey does is pud fishing.
What's that?
I had no idea.
What? Hang on. Let me read what he said. Pud fishing.
Yeah,
Oh,
what's
he's
that?
talking about I know it's like a funny sex thing. I know what he's talking about. Something to do with dick. I can't remember though. Something with dick.
Was he gonna stick his dick in the water?
Oh, I've heard people call it dick and pud before. That's why I say that.
That's what I was referencing earlier. That Casey would probably do.
Yeah.
No, thank you.
What, you're afraid your little Vienna sausage will get fucking bit off?
Yeah, big bit off by
So,
cat.
okay, well, since we're kind of topical here, to kind of cap off this 15 minutes, it's been kind of a big topic here. So, Casey, when you go see Scream 6, do you promise to not be a big pussy and cover your eyes when Ghostface fucks somebody up?
Oh, yeah.
Well, that's like asking a 5-year-old to do that. Think about it, Tex.
I mean, I think, like you said, I really do need to watch 5 again.
I would watch, like I said, I would watch 5 before I see 6 because it literally, I mean, it's the same cast, and I would say, you don't have to be a freak like me and watch the entire franchise, but it must viewings would be Scream 5 going into 6. I would require that before I saw it. But,
See, I can't even think about much about 4 because I can remember a lot about the first 3.
Well, obviously, like I said, with Scream being one concurrent timeline, Scream 6 literally Scream 6 literally has callbacks and Easter eggs to every Scream film. That's why I rewatched the entire series, even though I knew it. But if you felt like it, which I know you're not going to, rewatch them all and go through. But the minimum requirement, watch 5, then go into 6. Now with 4, all you really need to remember is Kirby, Hayden Panettiere's role. She comes from that movie. She was almost a victim of Ghostface. And that Ghostface was Jill Roberts, Sydney's niece. You know, Sydney Prescott, whatever.
Oh, that's right.
Yes. So, like I said, who the killers are, how many of them, I'm not going to say. I do recommend this film highly. Third best of the franchise for me, only behind 1 and 4. Scream 1 and 4, I adore both. So,
but you said this is 8.5. What about the other Scream movies you liked more? Would you give that
I like a rating?
Scream 1 and 4 are both 9s for me. I love both of them.
Like if to rank them 1 to 10, like or 1 to 7. No, 6.
If I'm ranking, my Scream film ranking, 1, obviously start there. Number 4,
Okay.
4 is as equal as good to me in that ranking. Number 6, I love this film. I've only seen it once, but I will be seeing it more. Scream 3 is number 4 for me, and I know for most people, Scream 3 would be their least favorite.
I actually didn't. I liked Scream 3.
Scream 3 to me is like a live action grown up Scooby Doo without the dog.
I liked
It's
it because it had
basically
Jay
what
and Silent Bob in it. That was pretty funny.
Yes, it was because, I mean, Scream 3, I could do 4 hours just on why Scream 3 ended up the way that it did. But short version is Columbine happened in real life.
Yeah.
Studio freaked out. They didn't want a violent film, yada, yada.
That's why it took forever to make.
Right. They had multiple scripts that leaked out online. They had to change the movie. But 1, 4, 6, and then 3. Then I go Scream 2. I'm not a huge fan of this movie. It's good. It's got all the, classic Scream people in it. It just, for some reason, it never clicked with me.
What about the opening scene of Scream 2? I thought that was interesting.
The opening of Scream 2 is the second best opening. But overall as a film, yes, where they're in the Scream 4 has the fake out
a couple times.
Scream 4 has the double fake out. Scream 2 has the guy
Jaden Pinkett Smith gets killed.
Yeah, has the guy that goes to the bathroom. He gets killed. Ghostface puts his coat on, goes and kills his girlfriend. But Scream 2, just overall, I don't really like the movie. It didn't hit with me.
It was alright.
Yeah, I didn't like the Windsor College thing.
Wasn't crazy about it. And my least favorite was Scream 5.
Not to mention with Mrs. Loomis and fucking
I wasn't crazy about Mrs. Loomis. I liked the male killer, but I did not like Mrs. Loomis. Yeah.
Well,
but Scream 5 is my least favorite of all. It felt it's still a good film. Scream has yet to make a bad movie, even though, like I said, if I'm being forced to rank these things 1 through 6, it's 1, 4, 6, 3, 2, and 5. I would watch any of them at any time, but 5 for me it was good enough to restart the franchise, but in reality, if I never see it again, I'm okay. If that makes any sense.
So for Scream 6, out of 5 knives, how many knives would you give 6?
Out of what now?
You got
butcher knives.
Butcher knives, like stars. How many butcher knives out of 5 you give Scream 6?
Butcher knives out of 5, huh? Well, if it's an 8.5 out of 10 for me on the 10 scale, what does that equate to out of 5? It'll be like,
Yeah, think about it, Casey.
is that
It's
like a
4
what? Like
butcher knives and a steak knife.
well, then that sure it's 4 butcher knives and a steak knife on the knife scale, I guess. But this is, this is another Caseyism that we're going to go with. But yeah,
We gotta
Go
write down
to-
all these Caseyisms.
go to your theaters, get your Ghostface popcorn buckets because those are awesome. Go see Scream 6. It's a roller coaster ride. It is. If you like, this movie is less about the suspense and more about where Ghostface is here to fuck somebody up. I think is the best way I could put it without spoiling anything. And it's a lot of fun.
I can't wait. I do want to watch that. And even though there's some people saying don't go watch this, I kind of want to turn around and watch Ant-Man 3. So, because
I mean, you might like it better. For me, it wasn't for me. I know for even for Connor from Horny Goat, he wasn't crazy about it either. This Ant-Man 3 felt like middle of the road, average Marvel film.
Yeah.
See,
Kind of what it felt like.
I'm usually okay with most of the Marvel movies, so.
Well, and if you're okay with an average Marvel, you'll probably like it then. But just wasn't for me. And I mean, it didn't make a lot of money. It hasn't done very well. I mean, Ant-Man's never made a lot of money anyways. But it's not great. You know what I mean?
Well, I mean, Ant-Man's also not like the biggest superhero out there.
No.
No.
I mean, obviously, Black Panther probably did better than Ant-Man did.
Oh, well, I mean, of course, you had Chadwick Boseman passing. It was a hot button thing. Yeah, made a lot of money. But even Black Panther, I mean, go back and listen to the review I did on that. The Wakandans are so unlikable in that movie.
They really are.
Yeah.
The actions that if you didn't tell people that, hey, we're the good guys, you would assume they're the bad guys in that movie.
Oh yeah, I agree.
They're horrible.
Yeah, they like you said, they really are hated. I agree.
Well, look at the actions that they take in that. Go back and watch Black Panther #2 and tell me that the Wakandans are the good guys. Whenever that loudmouth woman is sitting there bombarding Congress and the world, like she's playing a villain here. But because she's the Black Queen, nobody can question her. If you give that same monologue to a white chick, she's a villain.
Yeah.
Seriously, and that's not even being a racial thing. That's just telling the truth.
I agree.
Yeah.
I mean, they made them not liking them, kind of frankly, and honestly, I kind of like. See, I thought when they were making the princess as the new Black Panther.
Yeah, that was horrible.
It took forever to do that. Like 3/4 of the movie was already done.
You're telling me in a country full of warriors, this skinny little girl was able to beat all of them?
Well, granted, you got that suit that helps you out, though, too. Like,
right, but to be Black Panther, you have to beat out everybody else to be Black Panther, and she beat everybody. Okay. I mean, Black Panther is the perfect franchise for today because it promotes feminism. Black women are nothing but they pretty much lick their boots in the Black Panther franchise. It promotes how if you don't worship us as blacks, you're racist. It checks every box. Look at, Ironheart. The female Iron Man. She's just a genius, and she just all of a sudden, I can build an Iron Man suit now. It's not a big deal. They watered it all down. It's a joke.
Well, when's that supposed to come out, Ironheart?
Who gives it comes out, who gives a fuck, 20 whatever, who gives a damn. It's gonna be It's going to be some show on Disney Plus that 15 people watch, but everybody prays because it's woke and liberal, and that's the bottom line of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What?
It's garbage.
Okay, Stone Cold. But let's go ahead and wrap this up for tonight. Go ahead. Shout out Frank.
Yeah. Thursday night, about 7 p.m. Central Time, Scream 6 spoiler talk. So if you have not seen the film, you have been warned. It's on you at this point. So, or if you don't mind spoilers, we would love to have you come hang out and discuss. And maybe you hearing us talk about it will make you like it even better. And yeah, check us out there. Slashervision at Slashervision on Twitter for me. And I talk about horror shit, whatever dumb shit Costanza sends me that spurs up conversation. And Saturday night, tomorrow night on the Derailed Gaming channel.
That's right.
Casey is not allowed, so if you see him there, shame him and tell him to get the fuck out. So, yeah, but big Derailed reunion show, and you know, Casey, myself, J-Man, Frank, Drew. I think Ray Rollins is supposed to come by. Gina J.
Oh, wow.
Who else, Casey? Who else? Who do you know? Possible Cora. I know Cora's been invited, but I know she's moving, so may or may not be. Who knows?
What about Brody?
Maybe. I'm not sure. I'm not sure who all's been invited. I'm not for sure. But all of your Derailed people from the past, Casey and myself included, will be there. And
wait, you just said Casey's not allowed.
But we know, let's be real, we know Casey's going to be there whether he's invited or not.
He's the troll that lives underneath the bridge.
So yeah, check us out tomorrow night. Go subscribe to Derailed Gaming, and you'll get notified of time starting because I don't know that shit. So,
yeah, I have no idea about the time schedule. I'm not assuming it might be a little earlier than the normal schedule, but it could be. Knowing Drew, it's probably going to be 8 o'clock our time.
How perfect would it be if Casey was sweepy and missed the one reunion show that we ever had? How Casey would that be?
Well, I mean, it's possible. It could happen. I mean,
Casey turns on 5 minutes left of the show. What's up, guys? Oh crap! It's almost over. I was sweepy.
Well, I mean, that's Ray Rollins, too. You know, he comes in 5 minutes before the post show is going to come on. He's like,
bruh,
what's poppin', everybody?
I wonder if the post show for that night's going to be free or if it's going to be on Patreon, since it is a one-off.
I don't know. I don't even know if there's going to be a post show. I mean, probably.
I mean, if
but I know
there will probably. Listen, I don't know this to be true or not, but I would guess there probably is a post show. But I do remember Drew saying that once we do the show, the next day, it will be posted on his Patreon. So if you do want to see it, you're going to want to be there live. You know?
Oh, I'm going to be there live watching it.
So, well, I'm just telling everybody listening, not just us or whatever.
Yeah.
But yeah, so like I said, make sure you're tuned in, and there will be. I know Drew's gonna want to talk about the burnout on the gay thing. I don't give a fuck. Whatever.
That I can't wait for that. That'd be interesting.
Then I know there's some lists that have been brought from J-Man. Frank said he has a few topics if need be. Casey's Conspiracy Corner is going to get a little bit of time. And
I got to do some studying.
Apparently, Casey's going to get held to task for all these celebrities he's done killed this year. So,
we're going to hold more court.
Well, no, it won't be. It won't be court. It will just be like a suitable chastening of Casey for the nonsense that he's done over the past year.
all the people I allegedly killed.
Right. You know,
Well,
Casey. I
you
mean,
did
somebody has to hold his feet to the fire for Tom Sizemore, Ann Heche, Betty White. Who else have you killed, Casey?
Oh, I killed so many people. It's hard to remember everyone.
Right. I mean, Casey's throwing around death curses like a gypsy woman here. So,
You mean Sheeny curse?
See, the thing is, this is the truth is that I just throw a bunch of predictions against the wall and see which sticks.
right. Yeah.
So I could be wrong on a bunch of them, but if one sticks, I'm a freaking genius.
Okay, Yamakubo.
Casey has the same approach that gang shooters do, called spray and pray. Basically, he's just throwing out ammo wherever he can go. He's not really looking in any direction. He just hopes that he kills something. So, like I said, spray and pray. So
That was
No,
like you
fire
said.
too.
if
I know.
even one hits, he's a genius, right? So
That's right. And right now, I'm getting a bad feeling for Gene Hackman. And, like, he's not looking good.
when people set your Google alerts for Gene Hackman, if old boy goes down, you
Could
know
you
what
imagine if he dies tomorrow?
Yeah, that would be
that'd
weird.
be great. That'd be awesome.
I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think I really seen any of his. Who is he? Like, I maybe I'm just.
He was Hunt for Red October. Wasn't he the submarine captain in that? He was the head coach for the football team in The Replacements. He was Lex Luthor in the original Superman.
Okay, that's okay. The original Superman,
yeah.
Lex Luthor. Okay.
He's been in a lot of big movies over time. He's like a true movie star. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously not now, but he's been in some big stuff. So.
Another
I believe he was
one.
in Hunt for Red October, but I don't hold me to that. I might be thinking of somebody else. I'm not sure.
I know another one is Enemy of the State with.
Enemy of the State, yeah.
That's a good one too because it's with Will Smith where he used to be an agent and he's trying to survive. Same thing with Will Smith, like trying to survive the government trying to frame him of murder. But I've seen pictures of him recently. He looks horrible, but I can't believe he's 92 years old, though, either.
Hey, we all get old, man. What you gonna do?
Yeah.
But
yeah, everybody goes through Scream 6. I want slashers to make as much money as possible, so we get more slashers. So I'm going to.
I mean, you see what they're doing with Winnie the Pooh.
Oh, that was I liked Winnie the Pooh Blood Diamond.
I still haven't seen it.
It was a very simple movie, but if you liked Texas Chainsaw 2003 or Friday the 13th from 2009, you'll like this movie. Visually, it's got a similar color palette feel to the movie. It's a very gross, like the gore factor is there. A lot of sticky blood everywhere. It's a very simple plot, but it's a fun slasher to me. I enjoyed it, and I'm excited to make it.
Well, I know Bruce Willis has that dementia, but that's not fatal, though. I mean, that's just you have
dementia is eventually you end up losing your mind till you die, basically.
Yeah, but
that's what you and Mikkel have.
Yeah, no, he's not going to get like even in the last few movies he was making. They had to like have an earpiece in where they were feeding him lines because he couldn't
really
remember. Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, that's well known. Yeah.
But I mean, he's young for that. I mean, I think the same age of my mom, but like
Right.
when you're in your, I think he was 68. That God, he's kind of young for dementia, though. I could be wrong. I'm no
There's
doctor.
no, sickness knows no age, man. What are you gonna do? Hell, Mikhail could get herpes and die. He probably already has. We don't know.
Well, I mean, you know how people would take so much poison that you're like, oh, it should have killed an elephant or something, but it's so much of it, their body just rejects it. So that's what happened with Mikhail. He rejected.
No, Mikhail ate too much ass and ended up like he is now. That's what happened. And it was male ass. It wasn't even lady ass. It was male ass. He liked to toss that salad. He got all
Casey's
up in there.
ass.
Casey, Mikhail got all up in there. He'd stick that beard up to, he'd get all up in there.
No.
Don't lie, Mikhail. We know you're a flaming homosexual. Don't lie to us.
Mikhail, you want to shout out your shit?
Mikhail thought I'm gonna be doing my project in both Mark Madness on Tuesday, and that I'm ready to go, and you can catch me
My name is Kane.
Wednesday and Friday.
I'm Mikhail and I'm a douchebag.
We're gonna have to buy you that voice box that came.
I'm Mikhail. Hey, Casey. Wait, never. I was gonna say if Mikhail's using his camera, put his camera on and mute him, and I'll speak for him. My name is Mikhail. I'm on Mikhail Talks on YouTube.
Oh, I think he wants to do.
Yeah, he said March Madness.
Oh yeah. Did he have March Madness on his deal?
Yeah, and he died.
Hang on. No, Mikhail, come back for a minute, dude. We're gonna do something cool.
You kicked him.
Sorry, I did not mean to kick him.
Mikhail,
no,
hey,
I meant
put
to
Mikhail, put Mikhail on full screen with Mikhail. Turn your camera on and don't say a word. Just mouth like you're talking.
Okay.
I meant to do that.
Yeah.
There you go.
Turn your camera on, Mikhail. All right, just mouth like you're talking, but don't say a word. Okay, go ahead. My name is Mikhail. I'm a flaming homosexual dickbag fag. I clout chase with whatever's happened to me and put it on my goddamn background because I'm a douche. No. Obviously, Mikhail's living better than we are. Look at that house. I mean, we should all be jealous,
Yes, exactly. He's like, look at my TV.
I mean, it's kind of funny that his hand disappears into the fireplace, but I'm not going to question anything.
And oh wow! See, I think I can explain that.
Yeah.
I think I can explain it. He's a ghost.
He just, are we speaking to the spirit of Mikhail? Did Mikhail die in an autoerotic asphyxiation? I'm drunk. I can't say words anymore. Asphyxiation. Like he killed himself by hanging himself while he jerked off. That's what he did. So that's how Mikhail died.
He's fading in and out.
He is. He's in the in between of heaven and hell, and he can't go to hell yet. So we're stuck with it.
Okay, AJ, you got anything?
You can find me here on Wednesdays for Wednesday Night Nitro and Friday as well. And you can find me on Twitter at AJRaider248.
And for me, tomorrow I finally got it uploaded is my Batman arcade gameplay from Batman 89. So it's pretty cool. I played the whole game, so I completed it. So that'd be. Apparently, Big T is going to give you 5 butcher knives out of 10 for that performance tech.
I appreciate it. I put my heart and soul into it. I had to channel the deceased Mikhail, and much like Heath Ledger when
Only
he channeled
5?
the Joker. Much like, well, you can only get 5 out of 5 butcher knives. That's
You
just
said 5 out of
how
10.
Oh well, either way. I hope I don't end up like Heath Ledger did when he played Joker and ended up dying because I had to go to such a dark place. So we'll see if I die from this. We'll see.
Well, that is it, guys. We'll see you next time. Mostly, probably, as the show probably Wednesday. So, yep, that's it. Oh, actually, at least me and Tex will be on Derailed tonight.
Casey, fuck off. You're not allowed, motherfucker. Okay?
I'll find my way there.
Kick rocks, you lazy son of a bitch. Fuck off. You're not welcome here. Okay? I'm putting a sign on the stream that said no Casey's allowed. All right?
No Casey's allowed.
Yeah.
Get a wanting picture of him.
Oh, there you go. We need a wanted poster, but not wanted poster.
Yeah,
Not
wanted.
welcome.
A not wanted poster for Casey, and it's the picture of him doing the Oklahoma face with the cool Casey hat on. That's what I'm going to use. I'm going to CGI the cool Casey hat onto the Oklahoma face picture, and that's the one we're going to use for the not wanted image. That'd be great. So.
All right, guys. We're gonna wrap it up. You guys have a good night.
Bye.
Shut up, Mikhail. Shut up.
Good night, guys.
Are we clear?